That's so funny. Check one, two. But that's. But why is it? That's weird though because it's showing that, but it should be showing this. Check one, one, two. Let me switch. Let me. Oh, you know what? Sorry. I just. Oh, you know what? She hear anything? We're testing this because there would have been no audio. I know what it did. thinking of a different way of doing this because. The only thing it's the wrong. It's the wrong. Yeah, but it's the wrong video. She's not seeing. This room is not a problem. She can hear the audio and stuff like that. She can hear the other people speaking, but I'm just trying to think of how I'm going to switch over the other audio video to the other side. Because if I switch it here. Josh, zoom all the way out if you don't mind, and pan the room. Because this is what I want YouTube to see, right? We don't. That's what's going on YouTube right now. So that she can hear, they can see that, but they don't see this. So I'm just thinking about that goes out here. This is going into here. Oh, I convert it into Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If everyone can test your microphones as you sit down, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2.
Testing.
Everyone can hear me?
Hello. Testing. Not me.
Testing.
Nothing.
So will our audio professional please tell us if you can hear us all? Everyone is heard.
Next one.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Testing.
Okay, we're all set?
Testing.
There's a switch on the bottom. Go ahead, next.
Okay. You need a moment?
Yeah, turn the switch on.
Testing, testing.
That's okay? All set? You say yes or no.
Testing, testing.
Apparently we're all set. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my colleagues, we welcome you to this meeting of the Oyster Bay Town Board, this special meeting of September 17th, 2020. I ask everyone now to please rise while our town clerk, Rich Lamarca, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Right hand of the heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us in a moment of silence for our men and women in the United States Armed Services serving here and abroad, and in recognition of the men and women in law enforcement, our firefighters, our first responders, and all of our healthcare heroes. Thank you. Please be seated. Clerk Lamarca, will you please poll the board?
Supervisor Saladino.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman Imbrodo. Councilman Labriola. I think he's calling in, sir. Beautiful. Councilwoman Meyer.
Present.
Councilwoman Walsh.
And Councilman Hand is present.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well, welcome everyone in a unusual format, but we thank you for being here and taking part in Town of Oyster Bay government. There are some procedural motions that we've had to make under the law, but before we get started, I want to remind everyone that while this is unusual, this is still Town of Oyster Bay government. And I feel, the way our board feels, all of our elected officials, that the Town of Oyster Bay is the best town on Long Island. Some of my colleagues in other towns may disagree, but we know the town of Oyster Bay is number one. Because we care about one another and we respect each other for our similarities. We're one family in the town of Oyster Bay, but we also have differences. There may be the occasion where you may agree with the speaker, you may disagree, you may agree with part of them, but what we will do tonight is respect one another's views, and I ask no one to comment while someone else is speaking. Every person here tonight who would like to speak will get their turn, but it is essential that we show that the town of Oyster Bay is number one by respecting each other throughout this entire proceeding, whether you're here at Town Hall North or in one of the other locations. So that is our expectation, and I hope and I know that everyone will comply with that. So let us begin by asking our town clerk to please call the first hearing.
Supervisor, this hearing is to consider the application of Seritage SRC Finance LLC for special use permits and site plan application on premises located at 195 North Broadway, Hicksville, New York.
Thank you. Just some more information. As you're aware, there is a draft environmental impact statement, also known as a DEIS, which has been prepared for this project, and a special use permit is requested by the Seritage Growth Properties for the private sector development of Heritage Village in Hicksville. Tonight, after a presentation from the developer, you, our residents, have the opportunity to express your thoughts on this project. Whether you're here to support the project, oppose the project, or are somewhere in between, we are here to listen to you. Your voice is most important, and that's why we're hosting this meeting. So on behalf of the town board, I'd like to thank you in advance for your participation tonight. I'd like to thank you for the very important courtesy that each and every one of us will show to every speaker throughout this entire night, no matter how long it takes. Like you, the town board and I are here to listen to the application and the specifics, and then we're here to listen to your views. So on behalf of the town board in advance, I again thank you, and I also introduce our moderator for the evening, former Town of Oyster Bay Councilman Leonard Simons.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor. Can everyone hear me? I will be your moderator tonight, and again, my name is Lenny Simons. I'm delighted to have the opportunity and share this evening with you. I have a script in front of me, and those who know me know that my history is not good with scripts, which means listen to what I have to say because it's important. I'm going to go over some of the rules tonight. I'm going to go over some of what our expectations are. It's a very unique evening. And to start off with, as the supervisor has indicated, we're going to allow the developer this evening to explain their project. We're going to afford the public and the town board the opportunity also to express their concerns, but really in the form of good listening tonight. I think the takeaway from that remark is this is not the final dance. This is not the big hearing where it's going up or it's going down. special use permit hearing in essence, as the supervisor has just pointed out. We are joined live tonight and remotely by residents of the Hicksville Athletic Center, Hicksville Community Center, as well as the Ice Skating Center in Bethpage. There's a large number of residents we anticipate in tonight's meeting to participate. And the town board created these remote sites to help ensure public participation as well as safe social distancing, mask etiquette, all to protect ourselves during this public health pandemic. So here in essence are the rules. Those who wish to speak should fill out a form in the back of the room, take that form and bring it up to one of our assistants here in the front of the room, and you will be expected then to, at some point, be called upon to speak. The staff is available in all locations for your assistance. So if you have questions on other topics or you need their assistance, we are well-staffed, well-prepared to go forward in a very orderly manner. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. I'll talk about that a little more in a moment. The developer is going to be taking notes tonight, and it is expected that the developer will be answering questions that have been posed by the public. In the event we run out of time, the applicant will still answer those questions. They will do so in writing. Those answers to those questions will ultimately become part of the final environmental impact statement. You, the public, will be entitled to view that, and so that's an important note. Don't feel in any way, shape, or form that you will be left out of the process. Let's assume you can't stay for the evening. Something comes up or the time gets late and you have to leave. Let's also assume that you speak, and you speak for 3 minutes, and you sit down and you realize you left something out. Let's also assume you hear another speaker and it jogs your memory, and it's really something that you want to touch upon, but you've already spoken. If you're a civic leader, you may go home and 3 days from now wake up in the middle of the night with another question. The supervisor and this board has provided a mechanism that all of us, including the applicant, in the next 60 days, you can provide written testimony, and you can do so very easily by email. And I'm going to give you the email site. It's public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. Let me say that again. Public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. It's easier just to go to the website and find public comment, email us, and that testimony will become part of the record. It's the same thing as if you came up to the speaker's podium and spoke here tonight. There is no difference. The weight is the same, the importance is the same. So in the event that those scenarios that I've just described take place, you're not going to get cut out of any participation. And of course, when I say and I speak about the residents and those scenarios, it goes for the applicant also. They will have 60 days, as well as our residents, to provide additional information that will become part of the record. There may be some people here who want to drill down a little bit and refamiliarize themselves with the application. There's a DEIS, Draft Environmental Impact Statement. That's on our website too. And that's an important resource for those who want some additional information. The That DEIS is lengthy. It provides a wealth of information. There is certainly an enormous amount of expert testimony, and I am sure tonight that you'll be listening to some of those experts. But I want to make a suggestion to all who are here tonight and become part of this proceeding. There is another category of expert that we should think about. There are those who have, for years, some for a lifetime, you have driven the roads in Hicksville. You have walked its streets. You have breathed its air. You call Hicksville home. In a certain sense, you too are experts. And if you look at it that way, you now understand why the supervisor and the town board have taken enormous steps in the midst of a public health pandemic to have this hearing in such a way that not only will we be hearing the applicant and those who will speak here, but at the various venues, as well as providing additional information in the next 60 days. And if I may inquire for a moment and take the liberty of asking the supervisor a question. Supervisor, I don't believe in the history of the town of Oyster Bay that we have ever conducted a hearing with the kind of technology and the kind of effort that has been put into the Seritage hearing.
Thank you, Len Simons. As I began my comments this evening, we are leading Long Island and perhaps the state. While many other municipalities are still at pause, we continue to hold town board meetings with the public here and broadcast over the internet. And tonight is a first in town of Oyster Bay history. This town has been here since 1653, and we continue to lead with your cooperation. So this meeting, this special hearing, is being held in 4 locations simultaneously. We're very proud of the way it's being run, and I want to thank the staff of the town of Oyster Bay and my colleagues for all they did in order to put this together. And I know we're going to have a successful meeting that other municipalities will want to emulate. So we look forward to getting started. Each speaker will have a 3-minute speaking rule. I ask you to keep that in mind, please. We have a clock here that you can look at in order to gauge your time. And again, as Len Simons said, the public comment, you can make a public comment to the town. It will be part of the permanent record, and that's by going to one word, public comment, at oysterbay-ny.gov. All of the information is available at our website, oysterbaytown.com/Seritage/. Our public record will be open for 60 days, which will give people ample time to comment on their feelings and their views as it relates to this application. Len?
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to point out, we have a very fine court reporter here tonight who's going to be taking down everybody's remarks, and that will become part of the record. Procedurally, we're going to call 5 speakers at a time in each venue. We'll call 5 speakers here in Town Hall North, and then we'll do the same in each of the venues. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. I'll give you a little nudge when I think you've reached the limit. Don't be offended. If you want to add some additional remarks, you are going to have an opportunity, but you're going to be able to do that, please, in writing. So the 5 speakers, in effect, will be in the on-deck circle.
And so I believe it's also important to point out that we'll be calling them in a rotation. First at Town Hall North, the next speaker will be from the Hicksville Community Center. The next speaker after that will be at the Hicksville Athletic Center, and then at the Ice Skating Center in Bethpage. And we'll continue through this rotation, and I thank you for putting people on deck so this way we can do this as efficiently as possible.
I think you can visualize yourselves if you're in the on-deck circle, if I may draw a quick analogy. Let's go to Yankee Stadium and visualize yourself in the on-deck circle with your bat getting ready, as they've done the last 2 nights, to hit the ball out of the park in a relaxed, effective presentation, and we look forward to that. There may be people who have made the same remarks that you intend to make. The fact that they've been made 15 times don't make them 15 times more important, so consider that, please, in your approach and the remarks you intend to put up on the record. I want to depart for a moment from the script and share with you, and I really want you to pay close attention to the remarks I'm about to make, because they really touch upon something that the supervisor just said. And it's under really the banner of best practices and lessons learned. I've spent many years in public service, including the Nassau County DA's office, where I was an assistant DA. I spent close to 13 years on the Oyster Bay Town Board. I consider that an honor and a privilege. And I sat for many years where you sit tonight. I was a civic leader. I looked through that special lens of a civic leader, and indeed it is a special lens. I learned that one of the most important qualities of a decision maker, and they're behind me tonight, is the ability to listen. If you listen, you learn. We meaning myself as moderator, you as the participants, we have a joint responsibility tonight to create an atmosphere that enhances the ability of the decision makers to listen. If we start with the personal attacks, inflammatory statements, and the sniping, you may grab a headline in a local newspaper, but take it from me, you do precious little to help the bottom line. I know this community, I know the applicants, I know all of you well. You are too smart, too sophisticated, and too prepared to ever let that happen. I look forward this evening to a very spirited discussion, laced with civility and laced with respect. That being said, I welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to the Seritage hearing, and we welcome the attorney for the applicant, Dominic Minerva, who is going to try to keep his presentation in the 90 to 100-minute frame, and we look forward to his presentation. Dominic, the floor is yours.
Supervisor, member of the town board, Dominic Minerva and D'Agostino, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, attorney for the applicant. This is a hearing to consider the application for site plan approval and special use permits to allow a theater, a fitness center, and residential units on grade level in connection with the applicant's plan to demolish the existing vacant Sears department store of approximately 260,000 square feet and the existing vacant Sears Automotive Center of approximately 80,000 square feet, inclusive of the basement, and construct a mixed-use development at the premises known as 195 North Broadway in Hicksville. It is located at the northeast corner of North Broadway and Nevada Street. The proposed mixed-use development will contain approximately 294,000 square feet of commercial space, along with 425 dwelling units. The commercial area includes 121,139 square feet of retail, inclusive of a 25,000 square foot grocer, 50,854 square feet of restaurant, 38,888 square feet of office space, 39,533 square foot cinema, and a 37,980 square foot fitness center, and 5 new main buildings and 2 small buildings on a pad site, while maintaining the existing TD Bank and Chipotle restaurant tenancies, all in buildings that are 3 stories in height or less. John Clifford from S9 Architecture will take the board and the public through the design and uses of the proposed new buildings and the proposed layout of the site shortly. The subject premises is located in the general business zone of the town, and it consists of 26.4 acres of contiguous land. The applicant, Seritage SRC Finance LLC, is a subsidiary of Seritage Growth Properties, a publicly traded real estate investment trust. Seritage purchased approximately 260 properties from Sears several years ago and has either redeveloped or is in the process of commencing redevelopment of approximately half of their properties across the United States. As we are all aware, Sears department store closed its doors in April of 2018. With the efforts of the town and the applicant, the historic mural located in the Sears department store was preserved and relocated to the Hicksville Athletic Center. As you will hear shortly from the applicant's expert witnesses, the applicant meets the criteria in Section 246-9.4 of the Town Code for the granting of the requested special use permits. As stated, the architect will inform you of the details of the proposed development, and you will also hear from James Bree of Seritage, Pat Lenahan from VHB Engineering, the applicant's parking and traffic expert, Jimmy Kim from HR&A Advisors, the applicant's economic consultant, and Barry Nelson, the applicant's real estate appraiser. We also have present with us John Ellsworth from VHB Engineering, the applicant's environmental consultant, and Dave Budacavalli from VHB Engineering, the applicant's civil engineer, who are here to answer questions that may arise. I would like to thank the town, as both the applicant and the town, through your planning department and your environmental resources department, have worked extensively over a 3-year period to develop the plans that we are presenting tonight, with an additional 1 year of community outreach prior to filing the application. The applicant initially filed an application proposing to construct 596 dwelling units in addition to the commercial development in 4-story buildings. That application was amended 4 times during that 3-year period to the current plan of 425 dwelling units plus the commercial development. These amendments included reductions to 566 residential units and another reduction to 496 residential units prior to the current proposal. The applicant also originally discussed with the local civic associations a plan that had a big box commercial development to the south and a mixed-use portion of the development to the north. In response to community suggestions, the applicant relocated the residential portion of the development adjacent to the existing residential area and eliminated a big box type store from the proposal prior to filing an initial application with the town. The applicant has also engaged in what is my opinion an unprecedented public outreach over a period of 4 years, meeting with and presenting our plans as they developed to various interested parties. There were over 30 total meetings with local civic associations, the Hicksville Community Council, the Chamber of Commerce, Fire Department, the Police Department, and the school district. The plans we are presenting tonight is a culmination of those efforts, coordination, and consultation. I'm going to call up James Bree from Seritage in a minute. A housekeeping item. I understand you're cleaning the podium after every speaker. I was originally going to introduce each speaker, but to avoid that unnecessary process, I'm just going to let you know our next speaker will be James from Seritage, John Clifford from S9 Architecture, Pat Lenahan from VHB Engineering, Barry Nelson from the Nelson Real Estate Group, and Jimmy Kim from HR and Advisors. Supervisor, I'm going to ask, having previously qualified Barry Nelson as an expert with regard to land use and its valuation, and having previously qualified Pat Lenahan as an expert with regarding parking and traffic, I'm just going to ask if you'd be willing to continue those qualifications. Thank you. And also for the record, I am just going to give the town clerk to submit as part of our record the resume for Jimmy Kim, our economic consultant. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call on James Bree from Seritage.
Good evening. My name is James Bree. I'm Executive Vice President, Development and Construction for Seritage Growth Properties. We're located at 500 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York. Good evening, Supervisor Saladino, councilwomen, councilmen of the town board, people of the hamlet of Hicksville, and the people of the town of Oyster Bay. We want to thank you for allowing us to present our project tonight and the development of the former Sears site at Hicksville. We look forward to this opportunity to answer your questions and hope that tonight results in all interested parties having a better understanding of our mixed-use, transit-oriented development plan. We'd like to thank the Planning and Development Department of the Department of Environmental Resources for coordinating and reviewing our DEIS and site plan submissions. Over the past 4 years, we have been committed to having an open dialogue with the community, and we have met with various community members and organizations who have attended our presentations. The plans you will see tonight reflect a lot of input from the community and greatly benefited from that dialogue. Since acquiring the site, Seritage has been committed to becoming a part of the Hicksville and town of Oyster Bay community. Seritage removed and restored the historical mural, which now resides in the Hicksville Athletic Center, where many people are watching this event tonight. Seritage has provided the site as a commuter parking lot while the garage at the train station was being repaired. The parking lot was also used as a food distribution site during the pandemic, as recently as last month. The property has continued to be used as a staging for the Memorial Day Parade and Friday night car shows, which raise money for local charities. And the site has been used by the town of Oyster Bay Fire Department for training exercises throughout the year, all in the support from Seritage. Further, we have become a member of the Chamber of Commerce. We've supported the VFW, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Hicksville Fire Department Toy Drive. Finally, we've been asked by many people in the wake of the pandemic, do we believe this is still the right project for this site? The answer is unequivocally yes. We are seeing a flight from dense downtown to the suburbs throughout the United States, where people have more space to live and work, but are still looking for a walkable setting where they do not have to get in their car to get a cup of coffee, pick up their groceries, have dinner. As things return to normal, so will our behavioral habits, our desire to go to the gym, socializing at restaurants, and enjoying entertainment venues. The scale of our project, the 3-story buildings, the width of the sidewalks, the 5 acres of open space, the quality of the project we are proposing to build, manage, and maintain, the job creation, and the economic benefits that this project will bring, we believe this is exactly what this community needs. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to present our project to you tonight. I'll now hand it over to John Clifford of S9 Architects.
Thank you. Good evening, Supervisor, council members, and members of the public. My name is John Clifford. I'm a founding principal of S9 Architecture and also a registered engineer in the state of New York. I'm going to bring you through the proposal for Heritage Village. I hope everybody can see the slides that are going to go up. So the site is located across from the Broadway Commons Mall on North Broadway and bound by Bay Avenue and Lenox Avenue to the south. Here are some existing photos of the site. It's occupied by the now closed Sears and Roebuck store, the abandoned tire center, and there are 2 pad sites out front, the Chipotle and the TD Bank. These photos were taken not when the Sears was open. The cars in the parking lot were used for commuter rail when the parking lot was under construction. The existing site is approximately 27 acres. You can see that it's almost 100% paved parking lot with the exception of the Sears building in the middle of the site, which was a 2-story, 262,000 square foot building, and the 1-story, 45,000 square foot Sears Automotive Center up closer to North Broadway. You can see at the corner of Nevada and North Broadway, the TD Bank, which shall remain, and the Chipotle in the bottom of the slide will also remain. The proposed development is envisioned as a transit-oriented development with mixed-use commercial and retail buildings. There will be 3 of those mixed-use buildings. Additionally, there will be 2 new mixed-use residential and retail buildings, approximately 4.7 acres of enhanced green and public space. In addition to the 4.7 acres, there's approximately another ½ acre of private courtyard space within the residential buildings. And there will be new public gathering areas and seasonal event programming throughout the site, which I will describe later on in the presentation. This is the proposed site plan, just identifying where the new buildings will be and how the circulation within the site is envisioned. The blue markers that are around the perimeter of the site, where you see the blue little flesh marks, are the existing curb cuts that exist on the site now. So I'll go through those first of all and how the site will be accessed, and then I'll go through how the buildings are arranged, their number of stories, and then we'll go floor by floor. So beginning at the bottom of the slide, that's North Broadway. The existing 2 traffic signals, the inbound and outbound signals, those curb cuts will remain at those signals, as well as the curb cut as you go farther north on North Broadway, just south of the TD Bank, parallel to Nevada. Another curb cut that is in front of the existing Sears Tire Center will be eliminated. And the final, most southerly curb cut will be slightly shifted so that it aligns with a service drive that goes into the parking. On Nevada Street, the curb cut closest to North Broadway and the TD Bank will remain. The second curb cut that exists closer to Bay Avenue will be moved farther to the west, away from Bay Avenue, to eliminate queuing problems that currently exist at that intersection. As you come around Bay Avenue, there are currently 3 existing curb cuts, and we are reducing those curb cuts to 2. We are aligning them farther away from Nevada Avenue, again, for safety reasons. The first one that's closest to Nevada Avenue, and the 2 that are farther to the south on Bay Avenue will be combined in one and align with Franklin Avenue on the other side of Bay Avenue. Going through how the buildings are proposed to be arranged, where you see the A is proposed to be a 2-story building with office on the 2nd floor, retail on the ground floor. Building B is a 3-story building. There are 2 shades of yellow on the screen. The lighter yellow means 3 stories of residential facing Bay Avenue. The darker yellow means 2 stories of residential over 1 story of retail along the internal Main Street. Going to building C, again, the lighter yellow that's fronting onto Bay Avenue and along the rear of the Lenox Avenue residences is 3 stories of residential. The darker yellow means that there is some retail below that with 2 stories of residential above. Building E is a 2-story building with retail on the ground floor and fitness on the 2nd floor. F is a 2-story building with retail on the ground floor and a cinema on the 2nd floor. The 2 new pads that are proposed as restaurant pads out at North Broadway are in the area between the existing Chipotle and the existing TD Bank along North Broadway. This slide shows the ground floor plan and the uses that you would see if you were walking on the site. So again, I'm going to go with A, which is approximately 25,000 square foot grocery store with food and beverage uses to the right of it. Building B, you can see the retail and food and beverage that lines the main street, and again, above that are 2 floors of residential. The rest of the building, where it's all dark yellow, are 3 floors of residential. So on the ground floor, there would be residential units. The parking is fully enclosed within that building. So it's a structured parking garage that is wrapped by the residential units on Bay Avenue, so no one sees into the parking, and wrapped by the retail with the residential above it along the center Main Street. You can see in that building as well, one of the 3 courtyards that the private courtyards that I mentioned earlier that will add up to about a half an acre of private green space. Building C, the darker yellow, is the ground floor of residential. So we have residential facing Bay Avenue and residential facing Lenox, where we have single-family residential to kind of complete Bay Avenue as a residential street and provide a compatible use along the Lenox Avenue rear yards. As we go around Building C, there's a retailer that fronts onto Broadway with the surface parking, and then within the heart of the village is food and beverage and small shop space along that main street and the roundabout. On Building F, on the ground floor, there's a cinema lobby that comes in, which is the purple color, and then retail and food and beverage shops. On Building E, it's food and beverage, which is the green, and retail shops, which is the lighter orange color. An upper floor plan. Building A is a 2-story building, so the upper floor is 100% office on the second floor. Building B, on the second and third floor, is residential, so all of that yellow is the residential apartment units that are on the second and third floor. Similarly for Building C, residential on the second and third floor. Building F is the cinema on the second floor, the 2-story building, and Building E is the final 2-story building, which has fitness on the second floor. When we were planning this project, we didn't really want to call it a project. We wanted to think about it as an extension of the existing neighborhoods that are there. It's an unusual land use case that exists right now where you have Bay Avenue that has single-family homes on one side of the street, and on the other side of the street is a large expanse of asphalt, and it was a commercial use with Sears. So their use basically has visibility, noise, and light from North Broadway all the way to Bay Avenue. Similarly, on Lenox, the rear yards go right up to the property line and right up to the existing parking lot of the Sears. So in thinking about this, we wanted to think how we could transition the single-family residential to like-kind multifamily 3-story residential with proper setbacks, which I'll go into later, and then in the heart of the district to do the mixed use with kind of a Main Street kind of feel that could be used not just to visitors for the former Sears, but the people from Midland Civic and surrounding neighborhoods could walk to. And then as we get closer to Broadway, more commercial uses. So we laid out the site plan with a series of blocks and streets that are similar to Oyster Bay Village. But then we had to think about the architecture. And one of the things about Long Island, it has amazing towns with amazing old main streets like in Oyster Bay. And we wanted to do a modern interpretation of that. What makes them special? Why do people come to Oyster Bay Village at night? Why do they come here on weekends to hang out, and what makes it special? So we did some research of villages, successful villages, historic villages around Long Island, and we looked at Oyster Bay as well as some others, and we went even a little bit beyond Long Island to look at what makes them special and memorable. And there were certain things that were common to all of them. One was the length of their streets, their proper main streets, whether it's Huntington or Oyster Bay or Southampton or any of them. It's about 1,200 feet long for every one of their main streets before they start becoming residential. Our main street is about 1,200 feet long. The other is the buildings were built over time, and there's varying heights of buildings along the main streets with mixed uses along the main street. So you have office on the second floor, sometimes you have residential on the second or third floor, but older buildings had smaller widths. They were generally 15 to 50 feet wide and not hundreds of feet long as we see in newer buildings. And they had varying fenestration, varying materiality, and it gives that kind of human scale, and even varying storefronts on the street. You know, a strip shopping center, all the storefronts are generally the same, but if I go to Audrey Avenue, they all have their own character. So we looked at that for inspiration, and this slide shows some of the inspiration that we had and how, what those characteristics were are outlined there. So we took that and we developed an architectural vocabulary for this new neighborhood. And up at the top of the slide are pictures of what are right outside of Town Hall North, right here. We were much inspired by its success and its charm. And you can see the proposed elevation. This is on our internal Main Street. So this is the building that has 2 stories, where the building has 2 stories of residential over the ground floor retail. And you can see that we have varying cornice height, that we break the building down so that it looks like a series of smaller buildings that are more human scale, the 25 to 30 foot wide kind of human scale. We vary the fenestration so the windows aren't all the same going down. And then the storefronts are individual like small shops are, so they don't need just large signs to identify them, but you can identify them by their character and by street furniture, and instead of a uniform strip center sign band, to have more of a village feel. What else makes villages special on Long Island are the places. It's not just the buildings or the architecture or the program, it's all of the little places and the public realm that people remember. Sometimes they don't remember. They just find it charming and they don't understand why. It could be a small little alleyway, like I think there's one right over here, that kind of connects the parking to the street in a really pleasant way. It could be the size of the sidewalks, how they're planted. It could be public spaces where people gather and meet their neighbors or do community events. So we wanted to create the same kind of thing. And there are different types of places in successful villages. Some are more public and some are more private. Some are larger and a little bit more grand, and some are more intimate. So this slide shows the different places that we are creating here. We've labeled them the Common and Market Square, which is kind of along our central spine of the mixed-use part of the project. The Village Plaza, which we'll see how that's more of a ceremonial gathering place. The Entry Circle and Boulevard, which is more formal, and it's making a transition from North Broadway, which is a major arterial as you come into the neighborhood. It does several things. It calms traffic. It provides a psychological change when you come off that major arterial. And then we have more what I would call quiet, private places. Hicksville Way, coming off of Bay Avenue, opposite Franklin. The Park, which is an 80-foot landscape buffer along the back of Lenox Avenue residences, and then the Bay Avenue Garden Edge. So the first one we're going to go through is the Entry Circle and Boulevard. This is at the main entry where the traffic signal is as you enter the site, across from Broadway Commons Mall. The next slide shows some precedent images of how this has been successfully done in other places. And it's really just a ceremonial front door to the neighborhood, how this is different from the commercial development that exists up and down North Broadway. We want to see what that would look like. So the next slide shows as you come in that entry from the signal off of North Broadway, what you see. This is the now closed Sears store, but you come in that main driveway and it's right into the front of the Sears. And this is the proposed rendering. A large roundabout that calms traffic and directs traffic on the different internal street systems. The building on the right is the 2-story building with the cinema on the 2nd floor, shops and restaurants on the ground floor, and the building on the left is the 2-story building with fitness on the 2nd floor, shops and restaurants on the ground floor. And in the background is the 3-story building that's along Main Street that I showed you the architectural elevation of, with shops on the ground floor and 2 stories of residential above. The next area we called the Common and the Market Square. we think of this as probably the most public, most pedestrian-friendly, most used place proposed in Seritage Village. The inspiration comes from places where people really want to hang out, all 4 seasons, and we're going to talk about some of that as well. So what we're planning is very wide sidewalks along both sides of the street, approximately 17 feet wide with street plantings and furniture. And then in the center of the street, we have a 50-foot wide landscape, hardscape kind of plaza that can be activated with community events. It's proposed to have 4 kiosks in there, kind of food kiosk, and you can see some of the inspirations of some of these places around the country that are like that. Outdoor seating and gathering places for people to hang out on a nice summer night, or where they might even be playing outdoor games or seeing a free movie at night. Next page shows how this would be constructed and what the dimension is. So it's actually street section taken through that Market Square section, and up above is a precedent of a similar street like that with the same dimensions. So the photograph actually represents the same scale. So we have on one side, on the Bay Avenue side, is the building, the 3-story building, 2 stories of residential over the 1-story retail that you can see there, then a 17-foot wide sidewalk, a parallel parking lane, a one-way travel lane, a 50-foot wide planted median and plaza with the kiosk, and then it repeats itself on the other side, going to the 2-story building with the fitness on the 2nd floor and the retail on the ground floor. If anyone needs, some people, I'm not very good with scale, I always have to have a comparison, so 50 feet wide, Audrey Avenue is 60 feet wide, building to building. That's sidewalks, parallel parking, travel lanes, sidewalk, and parallel parking on the other side. So this 50-foot is almost as wide as Audrey Avenue. That's completely pedestrian public realm. Should be noted as well that the entry to the parking garages has been located so that for special events, this entire street can be shut down and people can still get into the parking garages. So the full 125 feet, approximately 1,200 feet long, could be used for special community events. The last public place, as opposed to the more quiet, contemplative place, is Village Plaza, what we're calling Village Plaza. Village Plaza is located where this main street intersects a new street that's coming in from Bay Avenue opposite Franklin, and that continues toward to North Broadway. So again, thinking about making this transit-oriented development very pedestrian-friendly, a lot of our planning involved traffic calming, which is why we have parallel parking on our internal streets, and the roundabouts slow traffic down as well. We don't have really wide streets, so people aren't cutting through to go from one side, from Bay Avenue to North Broadway. So again, we have inspiration photos. The one on the upper right is approximately the same size as the one that we're proposing, to give you a sense of scale again. It's about 75 feet in diameter. And then we wanted to see a rendered view. So this is a little key map. It's probably hard to see for some people on the screen of what this looks like, but this is kind of the end of our main street. The cinema building is on the right. You can see the 2-story residential over the 1-story retail on the left and in the background, and that new Village Plaza is in the middle, right there at that terminus. And we have another view on the next page. This is coming off of Bay Avenue opposite Franklin. As you come farther into Seritage Village, you can see that green space and how the buildings are formed around this to create a real gathering space for the entire community. Now, all of those places, Seritage has programs to activate them, not just in the summer. It's really easy to activate outdoor spaces in the summer, but we're thinking about these as being very flexible to be 4 seasons. It's where there could be pumpkin sales or tree lighting ceremony in the winter. Sometimes it's like outdoor synthetic curling and things like that, even in the winter to do, or hot chocolate stands and some of the other things that could be proposed or here, where there might be a car show down that main street or some other kind of fair, or outdoor exercise events. So those are the public places that we're creating. The more contemplative, quiet, more residential spaces are Hicksville Way, the park, and we're going to talk about Bay Avenue as well. So Hicksville Way is what we're calling the street extension opposite Franklin as you come off Bay Avenue, heading toward the west, toward North Broadway. So on that part of the street, we have 3-story residential buildings. There's no commercial uses to the east of that Village Plaza roundabout that's on the map there. So these are some, we just put these in as inspiration, not for the architecture, but just for scale and how we're creating these kind of front yard softened edge along there, making this a residential street that transitions up to Bay Avenue, which we want to strengthen as another important residential street. This is the existing view on the back of the homes on Lenox Avenue. You can see the fence right on the right, that's people's backyards. They have small backyards, generally around 30 feet in depth, and then their homes are there. You can see there's very little landscaping. Most of that is volunteer brush that's grown up, and then asphalt. And we really wanted to make that transition from single-family land use to 3-story multifamily land use, but also do it in a way that provided a lot more green space. Next slide shows what we're doing. We're proposing an 80-foot building setback that's fully landscaped. At that property line fence, we're adding a minimum 3-foot high landscape berm that would be planted with a mix of evergreen trees and deciduous trees. And then we have an additional 60 feet of planting between that and the proposed 3-story building, which is approximately 35 feet in height. So we have a little rendering of what that might look like. You remember the slide I just showed you? It's all asphalt, and you show the existing Sears building, and this is envisioned as an 80-foot wide landscaped kind of park that runs along the north side of that property fence. We also looked at sight lines. We looked at sight lines both to and from the single-family homes that exist on Lenox Avenue. So one of the things we wanted to see is, with the landscape berm and the fence and all the stuff, what would they see? The trees that are proposed to be installed here, by the way, and I'll go into this a little bit later on in landscape discussion, are 4-inch caliper trees that would be approximately 12 feet high, 15 feet high at installation, depending on their species. It's estimated they would grow 1 to 2 feet in the first year, and after 5 years, they grow an additional 5 feet, just to give you an idea of that. But the berm is about 3 feet high, so we're trying to use that earth and that landscape to even get them higher at initial impact. And what you can see on the site study in this section is that from the 3rd floor of the 3-story residential building, there won't be any sight lines really to the single-family homes. And then we wanted, and you certainly won't see it from the backyards of the single-family homes, but we took it all the way over to the other side of Lenox Avenue to see what would be visible from homes on the south side of Lenox Avenue. So the next slide shows what that view would look like, rendered in. We modeled this in computer form, showing some of the existing trees. You can see the darker ones behind on the left, and some newer trees that we planted in where there currently are no trees, to see that in the initial construction, you will have a peak of the top floor, but it's really already starting to provide very strong screening from those homes. The last place that I'm going to talk about is Bay Avenue. Bay Avenue right now, as I mentioned, is single-family homes on the east side, but the parking lot comes right up to the west side of Bay Avenue, and doesn't really feel like a residential street. In fact, the next slide shows the existing condition. I wouldn't say this looks like a residential street, and you can see that you have view lines all the way to Broadway Commons Mall. So what we really wanted to do was kind of complete this street as a residential street. And the next slide shows what that does. We have a minimum 25-foot building setback that's landscaped to already soften that. We are installing street trees where there are none along Bay Avenue and making sure that there's a proper sidewalk and planting strip that's there. And then we have 3-story building, 35 feet in height, setback and undulating, and again, it's broken down so it doesn't feel like one long building, but a series of smaller buildings. And that building not only provides that yard and completes the street, but now it starts blocking out all the noise and light from the commercial uses that are on North Broadway. Again, this was just, the last slide was just that Village Plaza again, just for kind of feel of the architecture. And with that, I'm going to go into the landscape design very quickly. So the landscape design, what we really wanted to think about is in any kind of village or neighborhood, there's different kinds of needs for landscape and hardscape. We have major entries along North Broadway and along the corner of Nevada and Bay that we want to accentuate with really strong landscape. North Broadway, which does not have much landscaping now for its full length of frontage between the south end all the way up to Nevada, really want to create a landscape buffer along the highway with street trees that run its full length, celebrating the main entries that I told you about earlier, where we come into the large roundabout. Most importantly, we wanted to strengthen the landscape along Bay Avenue and Lenox Avenue, where there currently is none. We really wanted to soften that existing condition that exists out there, where the commercial use just completely comes right up to the property line, and start using landscape and setback and a compatible use to correct that issue that is out there now. And then throughout the site, the parking lots are all properly landscaped, but we also have our internal streets that we're landscaping like streets, with street trees, additional planters and seating areas. The median that I talked about earlier is a mixture of hardscape and landscape. So there's a lot of different types of layering and variety and species and diversity going on for the different types of uses. Just a reminder, the existing site plan on the aerial, there are some trees on the site, although they're probably not very memorable when you see it because there's so much asphalt. But most of them, ironically, are located the farthest away from the residential districts that abut them. You can see on the south side of the site, there's almost no trees whatsoever, that they're all on the northeast corner. And we really wanted to make sure that that was corrected. The next page is a very high overview, there's a lot of detail behind this, of the proposed landscape plan for the entire parcel. There will be over 400 trees installed. This is a mixture of evergreen trees and deciduous trees, and as I said, they're not small trees. They would be installed at 12 to 15 feet in height, 4-inch caliper. There are also a mix of trees, so there are different hardwood trees, but ornamental trees like dogwood and serviceberry, evergreen trees. The darker on this map shows evergreen trees, so where there's need for more screening and instant impact, like along the back of Lenox and along Bay Avenue, those are evergreen trees. Those would be holly, cedar, cypress, and pines. And then there's grass, ground cover, and perennial plantings. Over 20,000 plants are proposed for this. Finally, just looking at what these plant species are, we wanted to use a lot of native plants, but also a diverse plant palette so that it could be, again, four-season color, different types of plants for different types of settings. Obviously, there are some trees that do much better along a streetscape and others that need a little bit more breathing room, so how we could mix that to make sure that the landscaping was appropriate and would be as healthy and sustainable as possible so that it really went on through future years. And that concludes my presentation about the project, and now I think we are going to talk about traffic. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Supervisor Saladino, members of the Town Council and staff. My name is Patrick Lenahan, and I am the Director of VHB's Long Island Transportation Division. As often happens, they do this to me all the time. I wind up slotted after the landscape and architecture presentation with all the pretty pictures. And I do understand that, unlike myself, traffic is sometimes not so exciting. But there are some very important concepts that I'd like to get across in the results of our study. So I ask for your patience in bearing with me, as I'm sure traffic is top of mind to the community as well as the board. I'll do my best to get through it as quickly as I can. So, VHB has performed a detailed traffic impact study to evaluate potential impacts to the transportation system associated with the proposed redevelopment of this site. The study was performed in accordance with the requirements of municipal reviewing and permitting agencies, including Nassau County DPW, New York State DOT, and the town of Oyster Bay. It's been reviewed by town staff and their consultants and accepted for circulation and public comment. The scope of the study is in accordance with the final scope for the DEIS adopted by the town after public and involved agency input. During this scoping process, involved agencies expanded the proposed study area, adding 5 additional intersections. This study evaluated such elements as existing and future traffic conditions, traffic safety, site access, parking, future volumes, and capacity. I'd like to mention the effects of the COVID pandemic and how it relates to transportation and this study, as it comes up at most hearings that we've performed over the last several months. Clearly, while the pandemic and its response has had a significant effect on traffic conditions, and volumes have been reduced significantly, although they've started to come back, I just want to make clear, all the volume data used in our study was collected prior to the pandemic and reflect pre-pandemic conditions, pre-COVID conditions. Therefore, the study is very conservative for the current conditions and will remain applicable when conditions, as we all hope, return back to normal. Looking at the existing site, it's been discussed at some length, the former Sears site. It's acknowledged that the site was home to a significant retail use, a Sears department store and auto center. Also on the site currently and to be retained are a TD Bank and a Chipotle restaurant that are incorporated into the redevelopment plan. In total, the site currently contains approximately 317,000 square feet of retail, restaurant, and bank building area. It is noted that the proposed plan, excluding the residential portion, includes a total of approximately 294,000 square feet of building area. As I said, the study was performed following the final scope for the DEIS. We looked at traffic conditions during the weekday commuting peaks, AM and PM, as well as Saturday midday peak, as is customary. This captures the times of highest volume on the roadway system, as well as peak trip generation at the site. As far as the locations analyzed, it included, and we have a graphic on the screen, 15 roadways, 19 intersections, which includes the 5 that were added during the scoping process, and all site access points. Needless to say, the scope of the study is wide and comprehensive. The proposed redevelopment plan would result in major changes to the site as it currently exists. The Sears department store and auto center would be removed, and the bank and restaurant retained. Addition of new site elements would result in a true multi-use development, including housing, various retail types, restaurants, entertainment, and office. The presence of this variety of uses on a single site has positive effects on a site's operation related to traffic and parking due to an interaction that occurs between uses on a single site. The site is also considered transit-oriented development, or TOD, based on its mixed-use nature and proximity to a transit hub, the Long Island Railroad Hicksville Station, and the major bus hub that is there. I'll speak more of this later, but TOD development is known to reduce the use of private vehicles in favor of convenient public transit. Vehicle trips to the site are reduced as a significant number of trips occur within the site without using the external roadway network, and most often by walking. Residents of the site will patronize the retail, restaurants, and entertainment uses on the site, eliminating trips off the site that would otherwise occur. Visitors to one use will visit other uses in the same trip. Some office users will visit restaurants for lunch and retail and entertainment after work. The net effect of this is to significantly reduce trips on area networks as compared to single-use sites. Multiple uses on a site also work to smooth out traffic peaks and better balance directional flow of traffic so that it is more easily accommodated. A pure office development, for example, would exhibit high morning and afternoon peaks, with almost all traffic arriving in the morning and departing in the afternoon. Residential has the opposite pattern. However, locating both on a single site balances the entering and exiting traffic, resulting in a condition that is more easily handled on the roadway system and at the access points. In our study, we account for this by taking modest and conservative credits in our trip generation that are in keeping with those accepted by reviewing agencies. Also, many of the uses proposed as part of this mixed-use development do not generate peak traffic at the same times of day or even the same day of week. Most restaurants are closed in the morning. People don't go to the movies in the morning or during typical commuting peaks, but do so in the evening or on weekends, when office use is very light. Retail uses generate very little traffic in the morning as well. Multi-use developments also have the effect of reducing the amount of parking necessary to service the site's use. As noted previously, a movie theater is practically empty during the times that office space is occupied. This allows for the same parking space to be utilized by both of these uses, precluding the need to build more spaces. This staggered need for parking on multi-use sites should be accounted for in site design to minimize unnecessary parking spaces. Another factor to be considered is the site's location. The site is located on North Broadway, New York 106-107, a major 6-lane highway, and the Northern State Parkway and LIE are both within approximately 1/2 of a mile. Also, the site is located a 1/2 mile walk from the Hicksville train station, which includes a significant level of Nassau County's NICE bus service. A mixed-use site that is proximate to robust transit is what is classified as transit-oriented development, or TOD. It is anticipated that a portion of the residents, employees, and visitors to the site will take advantage of the site's TOD nature and utilize the good train and bus service, reducing personal vehicle travel. In addition, the applicant has committed to providing a peak shuttle service between the site and the train station to further reduce the use of personal vehicles. I believe the shuttle that the town ran from the site, and it was mentioned previously a couple of years ago while the parking garage was out for service, was very successful and highly utilized. In our study, as we said, modest credits were taken for the effect of TOD, consistent with those accepted by the reviewing agencies, and were only taken for the residential portion of the redevelopment. So while there might be some TOD effects on the commercial portions of the site, we did not take credit for those. TOD can also have the effect of lowering parking demands at a site, although no credit was taken in our analysis of site parking for this. The traffic study evaluated future traffic conditions without the redevelopment, and these were contrasted to future traffic conditions with the site redevelopment at the study intersections and access points. Using analysis tools accepted by the reviewing agencies, the performance of each intersection was quantified in the existing condition as well as in the future with and without the project. Intersection levels of service were determined at each intersection for each condition. The existing condition results reveal and are consistent with what we all probably know. During peak periods of the day, there are locations in the study area that experience congestion. This is most apparent on weekday afternoons when commuting and other activities such as shopping are occurring together. The objective of the study is to document these conditions, look into the future, and forecast what effect the proposed multi-use redevelopment plan would have on these conditions, identify any significant impacts, and seek to develop mitigation strategies as appropriate to eliminate, to the extent possible, significant impacts. There are hundreds of pages of analysis in the traffic study, and the entire traffic study is included in the DEIS. For the purpose of this hearing, I will simply summarize those results. All of the proposed unsignalized site access points and other unsignalized intersections are expected to operate well, as detailed in the study. Impacts to future no-build conditions were identified at several locations, and mitigation measures developed and evaluated. This includes the following. There should be a second slide if we can get it. There we go, thank you. North Broadway at the LIE North Service Road. This intersection currently experiences significant capacity issues and delays, particularly during the weekday commuter peaks in the westbound direction at the North Service Road. As part of this project, 2 westbound lanes are proposed to be added on the North Service Road. This provides significantly more capacity to address an existing condition incrementally worsened by the site's redevelopment. In fact, with this improvement, traffic conditions at this intersection will be significantly improved from what they are today, even without the redevelopment. North Broadway at the South Service Road. Changes to the signal timings to coordinate with the North Service Road are proposed here. By timings, I'm referring to the seconds of green time that each movement at a location is given before it turns red. The North Service Road and South Service Road are closely coordinated, and improvements at one bear the best fruit when they're accompanied with improvements at the other. North Broadway at the site entrance and the Broadway Commons exit. During the weekday peaks, the southbound left turn into the site sees delays, which can be addressed by providing additional green time for that movement. At the site exit and Broadway Commons entrance on Saturday, changes to signal timings provide better coordination with other intersections along North Broadway and promote better travel on Broadway. The traffic signals along North Broadway are coordinated to promote through traffic on the state highway. This adjustment increases the uninterrupted movement of vehicles along North Broadway. In addition, the DOT has indicated they will require reconstruction of this dated traffic signal installation and provision of modern pedestrian signal equipment at these crossings. These changes will encourage walking and enhance pedestrian safety by including modern equipment beyond just pedestrian signal displays, potentially larger displays, countdown timers, audible signals for those with sight limitations, and Americans with Disabilities Act compliant sidewalk ramps. In addition, during the design review with DOT, other elements which can affect pedestrian crossings, such as signal phasing and timing, and whether or not to permit right turns on red will be evaluated. New Bridge Road at West John. At this location during the weekend afternoon peak, there currently exists long delays in the northbound direction that are incrementally increased as a result of this project. The restriping northbound and southbound approaches of New Bridge Road to provide an additional lane improves this condition to better than without the project. New Bridge at Old Country. At this location, there are changes to the signal timings that are proposed which address an existing issue. East John Street at Bay Avenue. This unsignalized intersection was found to operate fairly well in the existing condition, and we did not incur any impacts that would have necessitated mitigation. However, Nassau County Department of Public Works asked us to look into whether a traffic signal could be installed there. So as part of our work, we performed a traffic signal warrant analysis at this location, and as this analysis indicates, a traffic signal would be appropriate there. So we have included in the traffic study and will be installing it as part of this project. I want to note the cost of all construction of all mitigation identified through our study will be borne entirely by the developer with no cost to the public. In addition, we will continue to work with the town, the DOT, and the DPW as this process moves forward to ensure we comply with their requirements and their needs. These mitigation measures will ensure that the surrounding roadway network will accommodate the additional traffic without resulting in significant negative impacts. The study performed for this project, along with the identified mitigation, indicate that the project as proposed will not induce significant negative impacts given that the mitigation is put in place. It was mentioned previously that it is expected that a portion of the residents will utilize public transportation in the form of LIRR and NICE bus service. Also, the developer has committed to instituting a shuttle service between the site and the train station to further reduce use of personal vehicles. As part of our study, VHB inventoried the pedestrian infrastructure that would be used, and if we could go to the third slide, please, between the site and Broadway Commons, as well as the site and the area of the Hicksville train station, to identify areas for improvement to encourage walking. This evaluation, detailed in the study, identified areas where pedestrian infrastructure could be improved to further encourage non-motorized travel. The graphic indicates the potential walking routes to the train station and Broadway Commons. Our evaluation indicates that along these routes, sidewalks of a minimum of 5 feet in width is present, which is a sufficient width for this type of facility. There are, however, unsignalized intersection crossings that do not have crosswalks, as well as some crossings of signalized side streets that do not have pedestrian signals. As part of this project, these crosswalks will be added and pedestrian signals installed where not currently in place. The application includes seeking of relief from the town parking code requirements in the form of a parking variance. While town code requirements ensures adequate parking is provided for uses within particular land use types, it often results in provision of parking beyond what is actually necessary for a specific project. This is particularly true when considering true multi-use sites, such as that proposed here, where the concept of shared parking will have a significant effect on aggregate demand. With shared parking, it's acknowledged that a parking stall can be used by more than one use at different times of the day or different days of the week. A good example of this is office and entertainment. Office use requires peak supply only during the typical weekday, and outside requires very little parking, while, as we noted earlier, the movie theater experiences peak parking demands on evenings and on weekends. The office and movie theater are therefore complementary and show clearly how parking is shared between uses. An office parking lot is mostly empty on weekends, which is when the movie theater has peak demand. The site has been designed to accommodate all uses, as the analysis I am about to share with you shows. For this project, a shared parking analysis was prepared for the proposed development mix and is summarized in the study. This analysis was performed in accordance with accepted ULI and Institute of Transportation Engineers methods and criteria. The results of this analysis indicate that the 2,240 proposed constructed spaces exceeds the total site demand at peak times of just over 1,400 stalls by a significant margin. The site plan provides parking for the residential component at a rate of 1.5 spaces per unit, exceeding code requirements of 1 space per unit. With a balance of 1,606 constructed stalls for the commercial portions of the site, the plan provides parking at a rate of approximately 5.5 stalls per 1,000 square feet of building area. Another way of saying that, a 20,000 square foot retail space would require 110 parking stalls. We're almost there. In closing, the traffic and parking studies detailed in our report looked at the potential for traffic impacts due to the proposed redevelopment and recommend a mitigation package to ensure that no significant impacts on conditions will develop. It is my professional opinion that the approval and operation of the site as proposed will not result in significant negative impacts on traffic conditions. Furthermore, an analysis of site parking conditions indicates more than adequate parking will be provided. At this point in the process, we have received public comment on the transportation aspects of the application from involved and interested agencies, as well as members of the general public that sought to have their comments heard. These comments and concerns will be addressed in the final EIS, and we look forward to working with these agencies, the town, and the public as the project moves forward. And I thank you for your time and the opportunity to present. Hopefully, I didn't take too long. I'd like to introduce Barry Nelson, our real estate expert.
Good evening, Supervisor Saladino, members of the town board. My name is Barry Nelson. Office is at 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. I'm not sure if the new members of the board know me, but I am a licensed real estate appraiser and a licensed New York State broker. I've been testifying for many years, and I've been before Supervisor Saladino in the past recently. The subject property, as the board is very familiar with the location and vicinity, is entirely within a GB district. The zoning found within the immediate vicinity, and that would include North Broadway, Bethpage Road, Bay Avenue, Generally, we have the GB Business District along North Broadway, and that will run further south to almost Old Country Road, but right around the Long Island Railroad, it's the NB Neighborhood Business. As we go north to Northern State Parkway, the GB District, the westerly side, you have some neighborhood business, NB. You do have small parcels, the RMF 16 multifamily zoning. The residential districts would include the R17 and the R16 districts. R17 generally is east of the subject property and west of Broadway Mall. To the south, southeast of the subject property is the R17 district. I'm sorry, the R16 district. You do have some LI light industry in the vicinity, nearer to the railroad, east of the subject property, and south near Duffy and John Street. What's before part of the application tonight before the board would be the special use permits, and that would be for the movie theater cinema, for the fitness center, the first level apartments in buildings B and C, and apartments over parking. The development along Broadway, throughout the town of Oyster Bay, you'll find many special use permits, uses, and that would include restaurants, larger restaurants, drive-throughs, automotive-related uses, and so on. The site itself, the former automotive repair center, as well as a McDonald's internal, both had special use permits on the site. The interesting aspect of the proposal is that it's gone through transitions over the years, and it was voiced by the community how the residential would be laid out, being closer to Bay Avenue, Bethpage Road, and to protect and mitigate any impacts to the residences on Lenox Avenue and the adjacent residential streets to the south. So what you have in building B and C, which would be on the renderings that's before the board and before the audience tonight, would locate on the first floors the easterly portion of B along Bay Avenue for the residential apartments on the first floor, and in building C along Bay Avenue, the easterly side of that building, and the southerly side where it's adjacent to the residences on the north side of Lenox Avenue. That serves to benefit the community by maintaining a residential appearance. Earlier tonight, you saw what the property looks like along Bay Avenue, what the residences on Lenox Avenue view. Well, the applicant has proposed a substantial landscaping buffer and setback from the property line to building C to protect the residential homes on the north side of Lenox Avenue. 80 feet, a berm of 3 feet, and substantial plantings at planting. This will continue a effect along Bay Avenue for the entire property line from the North Nevada to the south of a residential appearance, which you have on the easterly side of Bay Avenue right up to Bethpage Road and further south, all residential dwellings. The parking, apartments over the parking, would be incorporated in the center portions of the building. It'll mitigate any appearance of a parking field which is now present on the site, and will protect, again, the values and quality of life for the residential community. There's also the, as I mentioned earlier, and it's been mentioned previously, the special use permits for the cinema and the fitness center. The cinema would be within Building F, and you'll note the location. It's substantially away from Bay Avenue. It's substantially away from the residences on Lenox Avenue. The cinema is approximately 39,500 square feet. That is approximately 13% of the commercial development and about 5% of the total proposed development on the site. So it's a minimal use on the property. It's similar for the fitness center, which is almost 38,000 square feet, approximately 13% of the total commercial and about 5% of the total development proposed for the site. The orientation would be for those two uses to focus to Broadway and away from the residential. Those uses as a special use permit. It is not a rezoning, it's a special use, it's not a variance. It's found throughout the town, throughout the county, on much smaller spots, much smaller sites adjacent to residential and on main arterial roads. This site is 26.4 acres. In respect, that's over 1,100,000 square feet of land area. That measured against the proposed uses for the cinema and the fitness is almost de minimis. Nevertheless, this location is opposite Broadway Mall, Broadway Commons, which have similar type uses that have been before this board for the special exception. It has been granted and is in operation. The special use criteria, I examined, again, the area. I've been before this board on similar type uses in locations where the parcels are substantially less in size. Again, 26 acres. The special use permit is strictly a show of compliance. It's a permitted use, and as compared to other permitted uses that are allowed within the GB district, I believe is harmonious with the surrounding community, is harmonious for the uses on the property, and has been located in other locations in town without harm to the residential or commercial district. And that'll include 1 and 2 families nearby. The criteria under the code, and I don't know if the board would favor me reading each of it, but I looked at the special use permit, which is under 246-9, and there's about 15 items that the code has, and it's online, and I'm sure this board is very familiar with it. It's 9.4, 15 items, 9.41 through 9.415. And I've gone through each one of those criterias, and I would note, as the proposal is for the cinema and fitness center to be in the center of the property, away from the residential, closer to Broadway, easy access in and out of the site, is a reasonable request by the applicant for this site. Again, the criteria addresses specific items, the safety, the health, the welfare, the comfort, the convenience, and the order of the town will not be adversely affected by the proposed use. The special use and itself is located on a site reasonable for those uses. The applicant meets and exceeds all of those requirements throughout that section. I've also looked at as-of-right uses that might come to this site, and that would even include a new car dealership. And I believe what's being proposed as a mixed use is more favorable, encourages the growth and development of the area. I looked at property values pre-COVID and now currently. Property values have been appreciating in this part of Hicksville. Single-family homes generally started pre-COVID around $450,000, and it's gone up to approximately $900,000. Property values now, or asking prices and selling prices, contract prices, now have increased substantially with the influx of more people moving from the city to Long Island. This is a pattern that's consistent throughout Nassau and Suffolk County as well as other areas. Appreciation is great now in this area. I've driven the residential streets surrounding the subject property, and I will note there's new spot building of single-family homes throughout the residential streets. I've noted there's substantial amount of improvements and upgrading to existing homes. With that said, those situations occur while the property has been vacant for several years, and it's my opinion, if this proposed development goes forward as approved, it's not going to be detrimental to the surrounding residential community. It's going to be harmonious with the existing commercial that's found along Broadway. It'll maintain the residential appearance along Bay Avenue and Bethpage Road. Thank you. Any questions? I'd be more than happy to answer. Thank you, Supervisor. May I ask?
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Supervisor Saladino, council members, staff. My name is Jamie Kim. I'm a principal with HRNA Advisors, a real estate and economic development consulting firm. We're based in New York City, 99 Hudson. I am a certified planner. I have 20 years of experience in land use and development planning, including 6 years at HRNA, advising municipalities and private clients on a variety of issues. Our firm has extensive experience working on development projects all across Long Island for both public and private clients. In fact, this past summer, HRNA prepared a comprehensive study on behalf of Nassau and Suffolk counties to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on Long Island's economy, and we outlined recovery projections and strategies. We were retained by Seritage to conduct the following tasks to inform the project planning process and to support the preparation of the DEIS. We conducted an economic impact analysis to look at jobs and spending. We prepared a market study to understand the potential demand for the mix of uses. We prepared a fiscal analysis to study the tax revenue implications, and we conducted a school district analysis to estimate the potential number of school-age kids generated by the project. On economic benefits, we found that the project will create significant economic benefits to the town and the region. During construction, the development is expected to generate $376 million in total economic activity, $170 million in compensation, and 2,500 construction-related full-time equivalent jobs during the 3-year construction phase. When the project is complete and operational, the development will create $132 million in ongoing annual economic activity, including $51 million in total annual compensation and 1,100 total jobs. We prepared these studies prior to March 2020 when local COVID-19 lockdown measures were implemented. As we studied in our July 2020 COVID-19 economic impact study on behalf of both counties, we found that Long Island shed jobs faster than New York City and all other suburban counties in the state. As of July, the island had lost 220,000 jobs, and this number may reach as many as 375,000 jobs by the end of the year. This is a reduction in local earnings by as much as $21 billion and local economic activity by $61 billion. This project will support the county and Long Island's economic recovery by creating hundreds of construction jobs in the short term and adding new permanent residents and workers. I'm going to talk about our market study findings. We looked at multifamily. That's another way to describe apartments. We found that multifamily housing inventory and production has been unable to meet the needs of the growing population in Nassau County. In 2016, we conducted a study for the Long Island Index. It's called Long Island's Needs for Multifamily Housing, and found there's an enormous gap being what is produced and what the region needs. The study found that Long Island may gain up to 158,000 households over the next 15 years, but is likely to develop only 64,000 new housing units in the most optimistic scenario, and that's a 94,000 unit gap. Additionally, changing preferences indicate that over 2/3 of the island's 158,000 new households will prefer mixed-use areas. Between 2000 and 2019, the only group age cohort that grew within the study area that we looked at, that's a 30-minute drive from the Hicksville station, were the 200,000 residents in the 55 and over category, which reflects a growing population that's aging in place. In contrast, the area lost about 120,000 residents in the 44 and younger cohort. The study also found that more than 80% of the multifamily housing stock in this study area was built before 1979, which shows a significant lack of new multifamily development. In fact, the median age for multifamily homes in the study area is 1956. Our market study also showed there's low vacancies in the study area, especially when you look at newer quality multifamily developments, especially near train stations. Supply and demand trends for transit-oriented mid-rise and high-rise apartment buildings over the last few years have been similar to overall multifamily trends, with almost all units coming online being quickly leased up. Demand for these developments are coming from young professionals and empty nesters, and these folks are less likely to have children, and they want to live in mixed-use, transit-accessible residential buildings. We looked at theater and fitness, and we recognize that they are important components of the development's merchandising mix. The development's proposed 380-seat specialty theater would add a unique full-service theater and dining experience to the area. The only dine-in movie theater experience in Nassau County is the AMC Dining in Levittown, which is about 15 minutes away by car from the site. The developments would also include a proposed fitness center. This facility would serve local residents and workers who desire a convenient and quality fitness experience. It would complement the retail and grocery options for time-constrained gym goers who want to compress exercise and shopping errands in one trip. When you co-locate it with office space, you also draw workers who seek a fitness solution with minimal to no commuting time. When you look at the office space, the proposed space would support smaller business tenants, including co-working space for creative and tech businesses and entrepreneurs in a walkable, transit-oriented district. When you combine this office with a fitness center, food and beverage options, a grocer, and entertainment in this walkable environment, this office space is distinct from every other office space in the market. As you all know, most of Long Island has single-use, self-contained business parks that have no other uses on the property. The proposed development would help attract and retain millennials that the island is currently losing. And since the COVID-19 lockdown, we've seen publications like the Harvard Business Review and national real estate experts observing that office real estate has actually shifted from strictly urban to a broad range of alternative locations, including the suburbs. Cushman Wakefield, a national real estate firm, observed the next big thing is not only the big new development in an urban core, but also a walkable suburban development near a transit hub. Workers will seek more flexibility post-pandemic, whether to work at home, work from the Manhattan corporate location, or work from a nearby suburban outpost. And when you see the bulk of the office supply in the area is mostly older and was built over 20 years ago, only 12% of all that office space has actually come online since 2000. And by being close to the LIRR Hicksville station and major thoroughfares makes the location accessible to a variety of urban and suburban workers. Finally, the office space would offer convenient access to dining and shopping, unlike many traditional suburban office developments in the county. I'm going to talk about the fiscal analysis we conducted. We found that the real estate taxes, or we estimate that real estate taxes would be paid on a significant portion of the development site, plus a potential partial pilot if approved by the IDA. And that together would be significantly greater than the taxes that are currently paid on the existing site. We studied a scenario, as documented in the DEIS, in which the developer would receive an abatement covering the entire property. However, the developer would actually apply to the IDA for a pilot on only the mixed-use buildings on the site. To be clear, a portion of the property would remain on the tax rolls, and over a 25-year period, total new property taxes and the pilot would result in more than $120 million than what would be collected on the current site. Finally, we looked at the impact on the school district. Our model estimated that the development could result in about 778 residents, and those residents would potentially bring 40 school-age children. The actual number of school-age kids, however, we think, based on the ratios we've observed in similar multifamily residential developments on Long Island, would actually be between 17 and 39 students. Our projection is fairly conservative. We also reviewed another recent study that examined the number of school kids generated by TOD projects in Long Island, and that study found that the ratio was even smaller. These 40 kids represent a 1.8% increase in the 2018 population of the Hicksville census area, or a 0.3% increase over the town of Oyster Bay's 2018 population, and less than 1% increase over the Hicksville Unified School District's total enrollment. And when we look at the cost per pupil, we found that the estimated cost per pupil in the school district is $25,600. The total budgeted cost per student, based on local property tax levy alone, is about $19,000. So conservatively, a total per pupil expenditure of $19,000, based on instructional program costs as a percentage of the total budget for the 2017-2018 school year, was used to calculate the project impacts to the school district. Approximately $762,000 would need to be raised in property taxes to support the projected enrollment of these students. In year one of the development, the increase in real estate tax revenue and the potential pilot would more than cover the cost of educating these new students. In subsequent years, even more tax revenue from the development would be assigned to the school district. Therefore, with the addition of new students across many grades and the significant surplus tax revenue or pilot revenue generated by the proposed development, no significant impacts to the unified school district are anticipated. Thank you.
Ms. Kim, just one quick question.
Sure.
Earlier you had mentioned that you felt as though your analysis spoke to the loss of jobs due to COVID. And if I heard you correctly, that this region or this county lost jobs more quickly than anywhere else in the state. Is that the statement that you made?
Our study showed that Long Island shed jobs faster than New York City and the surrounding suburban counties in the state. So not the entire state, but the nearby suburban counties.
By shed jobs, you mean the
Losing.
loss of jobs?
Yes, the pace of.
Why? Why so fast here on Long Island as compared to the other suburban counties, compared to New York City?
I'm not the author of the report, but based on my discussions with my colleagues, I think part of it is likely to be the types of jobs that were on the island, including service jobs and the retail jobs that were most impacted most immediately when the lockdown measures began.
So that we have a higher percentage of those jobs than, say, Westchester or Rockland counties?
I think that's the case. And again, I'm not the author of the report. I'm happy to come back and provide a more detailed response based on our report findings.
Thank you. Would you like a break?
Any other questions? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We plan to take a break at some point, so if she needs some time, now is as good a time as any. Take a 5 or 10 minute break. How much time does she? Give her another minute, because we can take it when he's done with his presentation, which I hope should be soon. Seems to need time. She's ready? Okay. Ready? Counselor, please proceed.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just have one letter I want to submit for the record and a few closing remarks. Letter I just want to submit for the record, I'll submit to the town clerk, and I'll just briefly read. It's addressed to the town board, Town of Oyster Bay. It says regarding application of Seritage SRC Finance LLC, and it's from the Broadway Commons. It indicates that KRE Broadway Owner LLC, owner and operator of the enclosed mall, located at 358 North Broadway, Hicksville, New York, known as Broadway Commons, consents to the granting of the above referenced applications. Is our position that the proposed development will support and strengthen the entire area and will not have any detrimental effect on Broadway Commons. Thank you for consideration of our position. I'm going to submit that as a record on the to the town clerk.
Please, can you just repeat who's the author of that letter?
That's from KRE Broadway Owner LLC, Paul Wasserman, Broadway Commons.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the applicant's direct case. Again, I thank the board for your time. We request your favorable consideration of our application. We remain available and would like the opportunity to respond to public comment and any questions that the board may have. I would just ask procedurally, depending on the question, I may have different speakers who would be the appropriate person to answer that, so you'll let us know how you want us to bring up those speakers to respond to those questions when you're ready.
Counselor, first we're going to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, and
Yes.
let's see what time it is at that point.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 5 or 10-minute recess now. I know a number of people would like to take a very quick break. We will be back very quickly. We appreciate your patience, and we'll be starting quickly with public comment.
I moved it over a little because the camera is on, this is blocking the supervisor. So you want to, here, it was blocking the supervisor. Check 1, 2. I'm surprised, unless there was some other vendor. I'm shocked. Where's Newsday? Newsday here? I'm shocked. She's at off-site or watching it online. Yeah, could be. Could be.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, and I ask if everyone please return to their seats. Now, at this point, we will be asking our residents who have put in slips to speak to come forward. This will be the order that we'll be bringing people up, so you can be prepared to come up. It'll be first here in Oyster Bay Town Hall. It'll be Joel Burse, followed by Rich Fender, followed by Matty Arsich, followed by Tom Pfeiffer, followed by Rich Fender. So Joel Burse, would you please step forward? Just so I make a quick correction, the second speaker will be Rich Pfeiffer. The fifth speaker will be Rich Fender. Good evening, Joel. How are you?
Trying to be as good as anybody can be in this wonderful world we're currently living in. Let me just take care of a little preliminary business here to give these.
Just a reminder, each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. We ask that you do your utmost to respect the time constraints, and for everyone else, of course, our expectation is that we will be respectful of each and every speaker this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and council members. Lenny, it's also good to see you. The last time we were both going in for eye procedures at the eye center. Good that we both can see each other. So, okay, it's nice to see everybody. Regards to those of you at the remote locations, and I will get started. As both being immediate past president and representing President Jeff Negrin of the Northwest Civic Association of Hicksville, we would like this document that I handed in included in the official records along with our prior correspondence and verbal testimony. We have been involved in this particular plan for about 5 years to date. The applicant's proposal is still not in the best interests of the Hicksville community completely. We continue to be of the opinion that only what is as of right to construct should be allowed. There should not be any commercial variances permitted for parking, particularly a movie theater nor a fitness center. Given the letter that came from Mr. Wasserman at KRE, we still have the opinions that he's out in California and does not fully understand the climate of what's going on here. We are cognizant that development must occur on this former Sears location property. However, we have previously stated it must be planned harmoniously with our community. We will leave it to others for comments regarding traffic, emergency vehicle access and response, school district volume, number of apartments, snow removal and storage, LIRR shuttle service, and overall safety and security of the grounds. We are available to discuss these issues as needed moving forward. Today's major area of our concern continues to be the effects on the tax base in Hicksville for our homes. Broadway Commons, or whatever incarnation anyone chooses to call it, referring to former names such as Mid-Island Plaza, contributes in excess of $4 million of property taxes annually. This is a mainstay of the commercial real estate taxes that offsets the homeowner's portion of the tax burden. For several years, the retail economic climate has suffered due to the public making more purchases remotely rather than in person. This has unfortunately grown exponentially with the COVID-19 pandemic this year. To combat this problem, Broadway Commons made major concessions during 2019 on existing leases to assist stores to continue doing business at the mall. Reduced revenues, we fear, could reduce the mall's property values and therefore their tax burden. Broadway Commons is currently working hard in the current pandemic climate for survival. Excuse me? Okay. They were the second mall on Long Island, only behind Roosevelt Field, to qualify to reopen, having updated their ventilation system. Attendance to the mall is currently at about 30% of normal as compared to past data. The movie theater, which draws many customers to the mall, continues to be closed until New York State regulations allow it to reopen. Blink Fitness just recently was allowed to reopen, but in a limited capacity. Several other fitness centers already exist in the Hicksville area and are also suffering as they work with the current limitations.
Joel, excuse me for interrupting you, but we have a number of speakers that are going to follow you. You well over the 3 minutes. If you can, supplement your remarks by using the email, and you can put written remarks in. They're incorporated in the record. They carry the same weight, please.
Well, the problem is that not everybody hears them, and I understand what you're saying, so I won't look to,
Everyone's going to hear them. I tell you why, if I may interrupt you. The video of this entire hearing is going to be posted in 2 or 3 days online and kept online, so people will have.
no, but I'm talking about the stuff that I didn't get to. There's only another 30 seconds, so.
Why don't
all
you
right.
do this, Joel?
Yeah.
In a sentence or two, what is your message to this board?
Well, the special use permits for the movie theater or the fitness center will hurt ultimately the community because movie theaters as a whole, before the pandemic, were not doing as well because of public entertainment being so accessible in other modes of watching movies. And the mall depends on that, and we're worried about them not going back to the way it was before KRE took it over a few years ago
So if
when
we
they were on a
understand you
downturn.
correctly, Joel, it's the movie theater component that is your biggest
And the
concern.
fitness center.
And the fitness. Well, thank you for
Yeah.
your information and your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Joel.
The next speaker will be Rich Pfeiffer. What we're going to do is we're going to do 5 names here. We're going to make a small change. We're going down here in Town Hall North over to, there is 1 or 2 speakers at the skating rink. And then from there to the Hicksville Community Center, and then the Hicksville Athletic Center, and then back here.
Hello. Pfeiffer, P-F-E-I-F-E-R. Good evening, everyone. Supervisor Saladino, the board. I'm the closest resident to this property that's being developed. I'm probably the oldest and closest resident to this property. I've been there since 1976. That be it. I was called in about 4.5 years ago, which I believe is when this situation started with Seritage. And at the time, they came to us, part of the Middle Civic Association, and to tell you that they have been nothing but fine and fabulous in everything they've done. Every kind of recommendation that I brought up to them, being the closest to the property, asked them to move I guess they were going to put some kind of a grocery store in the corner. And I said, don't put it there. It's right by the residence. Move it somewhere else. Next time they called us back, it was moved down by Red Lobster. Everything that I've asked them to do, they've been right there. They've done everything that I've asked for. I've been living there, like I said, since '77, and something's got to be done with this property. I mean, it's a mess. We don't want drugs to be dealt over there. We don't want people over there in cars that have been riding around, going in circles and everything. There was people breaking into the building last week, which I had to call Deb Colton about, get the police over there. It's an ongoing thing. We need this project in there. We need it now. It's something that they've developed, and I've also said to them, I don't want that property to look, I don't know if you people know Gray Bar on 110. I've said to them, and they've listened to me, right down to everything I've said. I said, I don't want it looking like a gray barn. You gotta have some kind of contour there. It's gotta be good looking for the community, for us residents right on Bay Avenue. They did it. I says, you have to have a berm, you have to have development, a way. They put it in. Everything that I've asked them to do, they've done. So I am in full support of this being done, and I hope you will take my recommendations to heart, because they've been ultimately great to all of us. And even the person they've assigned, a Deb Colton, to the community, and myself, I have her cell number, she has mine, and hopefully after this, they'll have somebody that we, as a civic association, can deal with on any problems, because up till now, they've been great. So I just wanted you all to know that. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you for your participation, Mr. Pfeiffer. Our next speaker will be Maddie Arsich.
Good evening, members of the council, Supervisor Saladino, Lenny, Jeff, Richard, Ann. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. And before I go any further, the one thing I want to say is I commend the town of Oyster Bay on providing these opportunities for people to speak. You do not let COVID stop the business in your town. And as a member of the Labor Council, which you co-chair with me, these are the positions that make sure that everything works and everything starts to get back to normal. So then again, I commend you on that. You heard a presentation done by the woman who was just before break, which was somewhat depressing at some point because you heard about all the people that were moving, et cetera, or the people that were actually losing their jobs. I will tell you that as the president of the council representing 65,000 members, it's a little bit different for me, and I'll tell you why. My goal is to go ahead and come to meetings and actually take a look at the projects that you have. But aside from that, it's to report on the information that we actually get from developers, contractors, and the like. And what we're finding here is those businesses that were talked about as leaving New York City are actually starting to move towards this direction. I have been approached by developers and contractors about looking to rejuvenate space because people that needed 400,000 square foot in the city are only going to need 40,000. And they're looking to say, those people that worked for me there, I'd like them not to commute to the city and they could stay home. That would be a better thing for them. After looking at this particular development, I will tell you that I've seen many developments. This definitely ranks in the top 10. It has everything you need, it's transit-oriented development, and there's a lot of things that go in favor with this. If anybody understands how transit-oriented development can actually transform a village or a town, all you need to do is look at Patchogue. Patchogue was a place where nobody really wanted to go. Now it is vibrant. People like to go there for food. It's transit-oriented, so people don't even own cars. They have a walking process. These are the exact elements that you have available to you here. And in addition to that, you're not alone in looking at new developments on trying to gather people and make your tax base better. The same is happening actually in Long Beach, a town that for 37 years couldn't get a project off the ground. That is now a thing of the past. And the reason is because that model that we use there is the same model that we use with the town of Oyster Bay. It's about transparency, it's about a partnership, it's about making sure that you have conversation and communication with developers. Now, I don't have the ability to go and endorse this project, and the reason is because we didn't know much about it. But I can tell you, just by even coming here and finding that I was welcomed by the people at Seritage, as well as seeing people like Mr. Curry here, gives me complete confidence that we are on a step in the right direction. Now, I know that they'll contact me in the next couple of days. That I am both grateful for and optimistic that we can come to some kind of terms so that you can get the jobs that you need and the income that you know. But here's the other thing. The one thing I could realize is that now that clock says 0. Like Thanksgiving, this turkey's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Matty. Appreciate your time this evening. Our next speaker will be Tom Pfeiffer. Good evening, Mr. Pfeiffer.
And members of the town council. I come here representing the Midland Civic Association, which actually envelopes this entire project, except for the North Broadway itself, but we're on the other three sides. And as a civic association, there was initially a lot of trepidation when we heard somewhere near 600 renters could be part of this project. It actually would represent almost a doubling of our neighborhood civic association. And we said, wow, that's a lot of people. So one of our concerns was numbers. Other things had to do with things that we saw tonight in the beautiful slides. And I'll say them beautiful because as Richard Pfeiffer, my neighbor, but as far as we know, we're not direct relatives, we did get responses to our concerns, not only with those numbers, but with many of the things we talked about tonight, the beautification, the heights of the buildings, entrance and egress to the site. We thought most of those changes were very reasonable. So after over 4 years of working with Seritage, and I guess at the town's direction, they came to us and met with us on numerous occasions. They met with the Hicksville Community Council as well and other groups, as Dominic spoke about earlier. So in general, we think, well, I'll tell you, as far as the civic, we never took a vote on this project, but we spent a lot of time communicating with all our civic members and others that came to our meetings, and everyone is pretty fully informed about what is proposed. So any comments and things you'll get, they'll come from folks from our neighborhood that are fairly well educated on this project. Now, speaking for myself, since we never took a vote from the civic itself on it, I would like to say that with one small comment that I support this plan. I've lived here since 1973 in Hicksville, and we've seen a lot of change. I might have really preferred to have Sears be there all along, but Sears is gone. And I miss it, having been a dedicated customer there. But at the same time, I think with the response we've gotten, it seems like Seritage is composed of very responsible people, and they've certainly appeared that way to us. So I support the plan. I have one comment, and comment I think a number of us share regarding traffic. We know there's been no traffic other than when they allowed us to bus people from the parking area there at Sears over to the train station. You can't compare it now. We know there's going to be an increase in traffic. One of the locations we're concerned about is the intersection of North Broadway and Bethpage Road. There's a lot of problems at that intersection now. Some of the area right there by the Broadway Diner and all this, it just seems to be overused already, and that's one of our concerns. So we're very much concerned about how the Seritage folks will address traffic at that corner. It didn't seem to be one of the nodes that they were using in their study. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You reminisced about Sears, and I can tell you I have fond memories of back in the day. The three sites I remember as a young boy was visiting Sears, visiting the farmer's market down the street in Bethpage, and visiting Smiley's Happy Land. So thank you for helping to reel in the years.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you very much for your time. Our next speaker will be Rich Fender. Or Jolly Roger, but I guess I'm showing my age.
I usually take more than 3 minutes to do anything, but I'll try to comply with the 3-minute rule. My name is Richard Fender. I'll spell it Pfaender, Waters Avenue, Hicksville. I'll give you a little background. I moved to Hicksville at the age of 3 in 1953. I've lived 2 blocks from the former Sears property since 1976. I've been active in the Hicksville community, including 11 years service on the Hicksville Board of Education and a member of the Midland Civic Association since the 1980s. I'm old. I'm here tonight to add my voice in supporting this new direction for the current sea of asphalt, the former Hicksville Sears property. I'd like to refer to the proposed project as Uptown Revitalization for this section of Hicksville. Over the past 20-plus years, there have been a number of proposals to develop the acreage surrounding the Sears building, none of which were ever completed except for the 2 pad leases facing Route 107. This project starts with a clean slate, something new and exciting. The folks from Seritage have worked with the community in refining the plan since day one. They have listened and acted upon sound and reasonable suggestions. Let me give you an example. The first draft concept indicated a freestanding 100,000 square foot supermarket facing 107 and bordering the rear yards of residences on Lenox Avenue. Without hesitation, Seritage redesigned the layout to reduce the size of the supermarket and to relocate it to the other corner of the property adjacent to Nevada Street, closer to the existing commercial establishments. I support the concept of a self-contained, self-sustaining village within the hamlet of Hicksville, the start of a major revitalization of this community, a new source of additional tax revenue for the school district, the town, and the county, an economic boost to the local community in terms of construction jobs and opportunities for permanent employment once completed. Let's bring life back to this dormant site. approve this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will go to the to the town's ice skating center, where the speaker there will be heard over our system, our audio system. We ask you to begin by giving your full name and spelling it, and if there's no one nearby you, then you can remove your mask and it will make it easier for us to hear you. Please remove your mask. We can't hear you yet, and we're asking our audio team to please make adjustments as needed so we can hear you.
I live in Bethpage. I've been here for 70 years. I came from Queens. I'm retired for 25 years. After the last 16 years, I was a fund director for the line workers. So I have a little knowledge of wheeling and dealing. Now, the one thing I hear about is the apartments. I think if you're going to do this job and you're going to do the apartments, there's two things should be happening. You only rent them to veterans or to natural-born citizens. We've got too many people coming from other countries that are trying to run our country like theirs. And that'll help. Now, as far as the movies, I don't know why we need another movie. And has anybody ever calculated what would happen to the mall when this is done? And how long will it be before Hicksville becomes the same as Garden City and Hempstead? That's all. God bless America, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you for your participation. May we have your full name, and can you spell that, please? We did not hear that in the beginning.
Charles, C-H-A-R-L-E-S, P as in Peter, Sheridan, S-H-E-R-I-D-A-N.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. We are under the impression that there is not a second speaker at the ice rink. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. We'll now go to the Hicksville Community Center. And again, a reminder, please allow time for the audio to engage, and then please, would each speaker begin by giving us your full name and address. There's a lag on the audio, so we just need a little more time to engage the audio so we can hear it here and perhaps in the other locations. I'm sorry, we cannot yet hear you speak, and I'm going to ask you to pause until we can get this remedied. Sir, we're going to have to switch over to the athletic center until we can get the audio squared away. We apologize for the inconvenience. if you would wait a moment or two more, and we'll come back to you as soon as the audio is working properly. So at this time, we'll go to our first speaker at the Hicksville Athletic Center. And again, we ask that our residents begin by giving us their name and address.
Hi, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hi and good evening. My name is Michael Heyer. I live at 18 Brook Street, Hicksville. I'm a member of the Hicksville Gardens Civic Association. I'm a third generation Hicksville resident. Thank you. I have a prepared statement. This project is going to create a traffic nightmare. Traffic from the Hicksville Railroad Station to LIE to Morgan State is already very congested and it's only going to get worse. One thing that I don't understand is that many of the amenities that are being proposed are already right across the street at the Broadway Mall. There are some alternatives that can be better suited for this property and pick residents. How about a green energy park? We can build solar, fuel cells, battery storage systems. There are existing electric and natural gas facilities in the area, so connecting will be very easy. This would power Hicksville with green energy and there will be no traffic. How about converting that property to a nature preserve? Town of Oyster Bay can purchase the property. They can plant trees, install walking path, biking path, dog park, ball fields. It's like a mini Central Park. How about creating a restaurant row? Create a row of shops and restaurants on 106 and 107 and Bond Street. Just make sure there's ample parking space. Maybe possibly a combination of those could all work. One more thing, just to the Town of West Bay Board, let Hicksville residents down. The apartments that were built in 594 South Broadway in Hicksville, please don't let us down again.
Yeah, the stenographer just wants to get the, I believe it was Mr. Heyer, Michael Heyer, if we can get the spelling of Mr. Heyer's last name so the stenographer has it correctly.
Heyer.
Would you bring the next speaker up, please, at the Hicksville Athletic Center?
Good evening. My name is Neil Johnson, resident of Hicksville, 35 plus years. Live at 16 Violet Avenue in Hicksville, New York. First thing I'd like to say is remember that all of the so-called experts that have been brought to these meetings tonight are paid by Seritage or retained by them as committed. First thing is the curb cuts on Nevada and Bay Avenue, they say will remain open. Those streets are dangerous already with
We'd just like to point out, to ease everyone's concerns, that all of your comments are part of the permanent record, and our stenographer is documenting all of these comments, and please be assured that they will be considered and they will be addressed. And I ask everyone to please be respectful of all of the speakers here tonight as we proceed in a very professional manner. So I thank you, and I will also point out that if anyone feels as though they don't have enough time for their comments, they can forward their comments in writing to publiccomment@oysterbay-ny.gov, and your comments of any length will become part of the permanent record, and we will keep the record open to receive your comments for 60 days. Would the next speaker please proceed, and please start by giving us your name, and I think the stenographer is asking if you would spell your name as well.
Good evening. My name is Carol Stama, C-A-R-O-L-S-T-A-M-A. I've been a resident of Hicksville since 1989. I have 2 young sons. A lot of my friends live in the community. They've actually taken the homes over of their families, of their parents. And my kid said to me the other day, "Mom, are you going to sell the house to me?" I said, "Well, can you afford the taxes?" With Seritage coming in, okay, they're going to give us these apartments. Who's paying the taxes on everything that's going to go up? Those roads that are going to be built near the LIE, you know, the 2 roads in the service lane, we're paying for that, not Seritage. Do they have a tax abatement? How long? How long do we have to pick up the tab for them? I have a couple of comments. John Clifford, you made a great presentation about the architecture regarding how you're going to sell this to people. Don't sell it to us. We live here. We don't need you. We don't need those big trees that are 12 feet tall that the next storm is going to fall into our roads, where PSC&G is not going to be able to take care of it. The town of Oyster Bay doesn't clean it up. I have a family friend down the block from me. The tree fell, okay, when we had the last storm. We still have the roots up above the sidewalk. The street is in chaos, and no one's come to remove the tree. And kids ride their bicycle up to Conneaut Park right there, and no one in the town is listening to us. Please help us. Let's not have this. We don't need apartments. We need housing, like the gentleman just said, that are going to pay the taxes, take care of the taxes for the schools, for the new students coming in, for the new roads. Oh, Seritage says that we're able to talk on our behalf to try to fight this? Well, why did they change the turning light on 107 already? Just to appease their new policies and their new development? I ask the board, I ask Rose Walker, I ask residents of Hicksville to please stand by me and many other residents and fight this and try to keep our community for our children and our future. Thank you.
Mrs. Stema, I can assure you that the Town of Oyster Bay Town Board, the Town Board is listening. That's the purpose of these hearings. This is why we have made this available to everyone at multiple locations. And in addition to that, I'll be reaching out to our Highway Deputy Commissioner to address that tree situation. If I understand correctly, this tree has already been removed, but the stump of the tree remains. We will address that tomorrow, and I thank you for bringing that to our attention. But I want the public to know we are listening to you. That's the purpose of this, and that you can be guaranteed of. Sir, would you please start off by saying and spelling your name for our stenographer?
Patrick Fallon, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-F-A-L-L-O-N. Sure. Good evening, Supervisor and members of the board. While I can't say I believe Seritage's proposal to redevelop the Hicksville Sears site is the best option for the residents of Hicksville, I do understand and respect Seritage's rights as the property owner to develop the site in such a way that maximizes their potential profit. However, I do have two concerns that I believe should be addressed by the board before giving approval to the site plan. Residents have been repeatedly assured by Seritage that one of the ways they will alleviate additional strain on Hicksville's already clogged roads and oversubscribed train parking is that they will provide residents of the proposed development with shuttle bus service to and from Hicksville train station. I would suggest that any approval of their site plan should include a covenant that outlines the hours of operation and frequency of the shuttle service and requires Seritage or any future owner to maintain this service. More importantly, at multiple meetings, including tonight, Seritage has declared their intention to apply to the Nassau County IDA for corporate welfare in the form of a pilot for this project. Given the IDA's track record of approving any and all frivolous applications, there is little reason to believe that they will not approve Seritage's request when it is submitted. As of 2018, there were 13 active IDA projects in Hicksville, with a total net tax exemption of $4,619,770, of which $2,653,000 were taken out of the Hicksville School District, and an additional $1,109,641 was for town tax. This number has only increased as additional projects have been approved for Hicksville since then, including for Home Depot, a company that reported an $11.2 billion profit in 2019. While Hicksville represents roughly 3.5% of Nassau County's population, the total net tax exemptions for IDA projects in Hicksville represent roughly 8% of all tax giveaways handed out by the IDA. Further, there are multiple projects in other hamlets within the town of Oyster Bay that are further eroding the town's tax base. To be clear, these tax breaks amount to nothing less than tax increases for the residents of Hicksville and the town as a whole. Therefore, I believe the town should only approve Seritage's proposal with the condition that the approval be null and void if Seritage applies for or is otherwise granted any tax breaks for this development. Further, I believe the town should adopt a policy of only approving site plans with this provision. Doing anything less amounts to raising the already onerous taxes on the hardworking residents of Hicksville and the town as a whole. One last thing I would like to add, the economic development consultant tonight mentioned that they are only applying for a pilot for the residential units. But as far as I know, New York state law states that IDAs cannot give pilots for commercial retail development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. For everyone's clarity, I want to point out that the IDA is not a function of the town of Oyster Bay, but of Nassau County, a separate municipality. Please ask the next speaker to join us.
Joseph Scholas. He's coming up now.
Schaulis, S-H-A-U-L-Y-S. I live at 76 Princess Street, Hicksville. I've been a resident there since 1968. Moved into a...
Sir, may we ask you to repeat your name again for the stenographer?
Joseph, S-H-A-U-L-Y-S.
Thank you, sir.
Moved into a lovely suburban area. Now they talk about a concept of this wonderful change in the community. If you look at the buildings that they propose, as far as I'm concerned, it's a blight. They're anything but suburban. It is totally urban. It makes the town look like Brooklyn. Not that there's anything wrong with Brooklyn, but that's not suburbia. The second thing I'd like to comment about is the traffic situation. It is unbearable as it is, terribly unbearable. Now they're saying that there will be no impact because of This new development, impossible. You're going to put probably about 700 cars on the road. It's got to be a terrible detriment to the traffic that is already unbearable. Why haven't changes been made already? Have the commissioners been asleep on this? No changes have been made. I don't expect any improvement in the traffic at all. Only worse. Thank you.
At this time, we'd like to go back to the Hicksville Community Center, and let's see if we have our audio functioning at this point. Would someone speak so we can check on if the audio is working?
I'm being told there's no audio at the moment at the community center. We can go back to the athletic center if you'd like.
Okay. Our apologies. We have a technical difficulty, and we're getting the community center up and running, the audio there, and we will currently go back to the Hicksville Athletic Center for the next speaker.
Bill Bowler? No? He left? Annetta Corzin? And then after her would be Kathy Hansen, if you'd like to line up over there. Yeah, you're right here.
Good evening. My name is Annetta Corzin, Annetta. Last name is Korzun. Today I find myself having one foot in Long Island, New York, and the other foot ready to leave Long Island. Born and raised in Nassau County, New York, I find myself utterly disgusted at the living conditions today, especially once a resident of Hicksville for nearly 20 years. So many years ago, even if you were considered poor, there was one thing you had that no longer exists today, and that is quality of life. Nassau County, New York has become a bottomless financial pit in which no amount of money will ever satisfy its hunger, in which each decision made by the elected officials today and in the past keep putting the people that made Nassau County their home deeper into financial debt and ruin, as well as an environmental nightmare the likes Long Island has yet to see. I can say this because of the vast healthcare experience, including being a nurse and having an MBA in corporate finance, which I have extended such services repeatedly since May to date at a cost of $1 an hour concerning the COVID-19 outbreak, yet to receive a response from any of you. For every dollar you believe this county will benefit via taxes by developing this property, you will cost the taxpayer at least $100 to fix the environmental and health catastrophe you're about to unleash. My simple question to all of you is, where do you plan on putting the shit? Based on rather simple mathematical calculations, 145 apartments at an average of 2.5 people residing in each of the apartments, estimations, a person goes on an average 3.5 times per 10-hour period, if not more. Now multiply that by 145 apartments. That is a whopping 456,750 times per year the toilet will be flushed, not including the ancillary business and activity on the development. It is evident none of you even bothered to check with the waste management problem Huntington has after development occurred, where the waste capacity reaches its threshold by 12 noon each day. Especially failing to recognize the health epidemic of cholera and other diseases that occurred during the turn of the century in New York City due to inefficient waste removal, which resulted in New York City absorbing healthcare costs associated with the illness and deaths, as well as initiating the strictest Department of Health protocols concerning waste management in the nation, forcing public officials to follow such strict waste and cleaning removal protocols in order to prevent human history from repeating itself. Furthermore, did anyone even bother asking Vinny, who wears a t-shirt, boots, and probably smokes a cigarette, making his livelihood in the waste removal business? Or did you ask the guy in the $5,000 Gianni suit that is only looking to make a buck, promising this county what an economic windfall it will be? The mere fact this meeting is even being held during an international health pandemic clearly shows you have learned nothing and believe you are immune somehow because of the money that you have in your bank account, or better yet, the elected positions you hold. Reality check. This virus hasn't even begun to rear its ugly head, and you couldn't care less what political positions you hold, nor the amount of money in your bank account. What do I know? I'm just a nurse who worked with infectious disease patients and enjoys analyzing numbers in my free time. Has not COVID-19 epidemic caused enough devastation in this community? Every day, Nassau County looks like Queens. However, the difference is based on Mother Nature's design. This island can only sustain a certain amount of people, in which beyond such capacity will cause disease, especially on top of the serious environmental infrastructure problems in which the sea level continues to rise 2 inches each year, in which nothing has been done, the lack of clean water due to the countless toxic waste dumps that exist on Long Island, New York, especially concentrated in Nassau County, as well as the nitrogen pollution problem that exists throughout Long Island, directly result of human waste. If ever there were to be a food or water supply disruption, which there is an indication to be one, where would we get our water to drink? From the toxic waste dump, or better yet, grow food where unregulated pesticide is placed on the lawn throughout the county?
If you would be kind enough
Yet we are having a meeting about developing yet another piece of property to our own financial and environmental detriment, as opposed to imposing strict moratorium for development and begin to undevelop the vast amount of abandoned buildings and parking lots no one even uses, and simply plant a tree in its place.
Excuse me, if you would be kind enough to wrap up your remarks.
And generating a thriving economy on this island, especially with an impending financial tsunami that has yet to affect everyone, but I assure you it will. It's only a matter of time. What do I know? I'm just a nurse with an MBA in corporate finance. No one has even bothered to call, who has offered to work $1 an hour. Maybe now I should start to charge you $1,000 an hour. Thank you for your time.
Kathy Hansen here? No? Maurice Salinger? No? Matt Kearney?
Good evening. My name is Matthew Cooker. Good evening. My name is Matthew Cooker. Last name K-U-C-K-E-R. Did not think I would be here this late, but I'm a new resident of Hicksville. I'm a commercial real estate agent. I work for Colliers International. Part of the projects that we work on, my team is actually working on the revitalization of the Source Mall. We have about 750,000 square feet of commercial retail property that I am tasked on revitalizing, which is the reason why I wanted to come out here and speak about my expertise in the market studies that we have done. That property has been distressed. The Fortunoff family unfortunately lost that property, and it was sold for about $92 million from a Chinese corporation that came here and wanted to revitalize that property. My team has been working for about the past 2 years in order to make that project viable. I want to say it has not been easy. We have landed Bloomingdale's Macy's Furniture that is opening up an outlet center. They open up for Labor Day, which is great for the property. We are converting the front to a restaurant row, as some people proposed here. The reason why I'm here is I believe that this project over here can be a positive effect to the Hicksville community. I think that the way retail works is there requires a synergy to be created between the mall across the street, Broadway Mall. I was on the phone 2 days ago with Broadway Mall to discuss the Macy's box that unfortunately became vacant. The way that retail is changing, we're seeing a lot more Amazon, a lot more Walmart and Costco that is taking over the large box properties. There still remains a large square footage of space here. I would love to see Sears and a similar company come here and take that, but the realities of that happening is not likely. I also represent Kohl's on a national level with the vacant space that is at the Valley Stream Mall, Green Acres Mall. I could say after working on that project for about a year, it is not easy to lease 100,000 square feet there. Having 200,000 square feet on Broadway and having a large mixed-use urban facility that is going to be built and bringing 400 apartments will actually create a positive effect to the mall across the street. Those new residents that are renting in Hicksville will probably become residents on a long-term basis and actually purchase property and houses within the Hicksville community. In essence, this project will be a positive plus to the housing crisis here in Hicksville. It will be creating, I think, a lot of jobs for the local businesses. They're going to eat, they're going to shop, and the office component will be a positive effect. If you have any questions regarding what I do in this market, I am happy to offer my services. Again, I am not here on behalf of any company. I have not been paid by Seritage. I have not been financially supported in any way. I am here as strictly a resident of Hicksville. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the next speaker please come forward?
I guess that's you in the middle there, Mr. Saladino?
I'm sorry, the stenographer.
I guess that's you in the middle there, Mr. Saladino?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Could you please repeat your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Matthew Quaz, Matthew Kwas, resident on Murray Road, Hicksville, New York, a little over 10 years. I last met you, Mr. Saladino, at the Celebrity Ball in Woodbury. I last met you, Mr. Saladino, at the Celebrity Ball in Woodbury, so this is going to be a little off cue of what I've had prepared to speak. You said that Hicksville was going to be your crown jewel. It was going to be your development center. I understand that. I understand the influx of people that are moving in here and the population that has grown exponentially. There was a speaker before me who took some lines out of my playbook, but that's fine because we're all here for the same reason, because I don't think we want this to go forward except the speaker that was here before, the real estate agent, the commercial real estate agent that was here before me. You had a speaker that was hired by Seritage by the name of Jeannie at HR advisors from New York, NYC Hudson Yards, and obviously they're going to be in favor of this development. And not one speaker you had here said anything about the environmental impact other than traffic, sidewalk size, traffic lights, nothing. nothing about what a prior speaker said, human waste. Napoli and Skolnick in Broad Hollow Road, Melville, have been hired by the local residents because of the other environmental disaster that had occurred just down the road at the Cucaruco chemical plant and Grumman. And I spoke to you about that. I did. And you said you were going to contact me about that. There's been several proposals by the people, the proponents of this property that want to put it forward. And I'm just a little confused, and maybe you can clarify that there was over 8. There's codes, ordinances, permits, special use permits, buffers, setbacks, aggregates, variances, and zoning regulations that and mixed use permits that have to go through your board, the panel, before this gets approved. So how in the world, if there's 8 or 9 of those that have to be addressed or readdressed or readjusted, when there's only 2 processing plants on the South Shore to accept all the duty and PP? There's no way that you can put this online. There's just no way. So the TOB, and I respect you, Mr. Saladino, that the TOB has the largest environmental lie because of that Cucaruco chemical problem in Grumman. So it would behoove you to say, well, wait a second, do we want to really let this fly? I don't care about the Seritage Group and what they did in the development company and how much money they spent on their consultants that are going to obviously write a positive report. But you could really make a big difference by saying no to this project. That's all I have to say.
Matt, I'd just like to, it's very obvious you're in opposition, and I want to thank you for the very professional way that you presented your views. It's very much appreciated.
I will call you.
Hardar Wasi? No? Gene Williams? Right. Andrea Smith?
#29 Lawrence Street, Hicksville. I actually like the idea. Something has to go on that property. I don't like the idea of rentals. I think senior housing or condos would be good. But my real concern is the traffic. I don't know if any of you live in Hicksville. I don't think you do. But Hicksville can't take any more traffic. And the fact that the study was done by Seritage is not good. I would like an unbiased study done of traffic. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
We have one more speaker.
Hi guys, I know we're here late. The reason why I wanted to come up, I wasn't planning on coming up, but I think that it's important to get a young adult's view on what's going on. I'm sorry, is this loud enough? The reason why I came up is because I think
If
it's
I
important
may
to get
just
it.
interrupt you for one moment, please, I apologize, but for our stenographer, for the record, could you begin by pronouncing and spelling your full name, please?
Sure, it's Ali Naqvi, A-L-I. Last name is Naqvi, N as in Nancy, A as in apple, Q as in quality, V as in Victor, I as in igloo. The reason why I came up now, I wasn't planning on doing so, is because I think it's important to get a young adult's view on this project, as you know, most of the people that have come here and spoken aren't necessarily in the same age gap, I guess, as I am. So just to kind of get my thoughts out there, and to take this opportunity to just kind of put it out there. I think what Seritage is looking to do is beneficial to Hicksville. I am a resident of Hicksville. I've lived here for a little over 5 years, and I've commuted to and from Hicksville into the city for school, for work. And Hicksville offers an amazing opportunity for a young adult due to the convenience of the train station, as well as convenience to the highways. And I think a lot of people benefit from that, and I think a lot more young people can benefit from that. And I think a development like this does do a lot to draw in a lot of young talent, especially in a day and age where technology allows for us to not necessarily have to always commute to the city, but to have that sort of option is something that I think is super valuable. And that Sears property, it's not pleasant to look at, and I think something important has to be done there. Two of the things that I think we would need more information on, which I think in today's presentation wasn't really given as detailed, maybe due to time constraint, is the traffic. I know that's probably one of the biggest concerns for a lot of residents in Hicksville, is how do you deal with the traffic that's already pretty bad. And I think we could be given a little bit more insights or alternatives to what can be done, especially for example, where Bethpage meets North Broadway. That wasn't even mentioned, and I think a gentleman here before spoke about how that can lead up to delays of 20, 30 minutes in the morning, and it's a quarter mile of road that gets backed up. In addition to that, maybe some alternatives on waste disposal. I think there's technologies out there to deal with the issues at hand. Of course, with the oncoming of a lot of residents, tenants, the new retail. Of course, waste is a major issue, and that again wasn't really talked much about. So those two areas I think are important areas where we can definitely use some more information. But from a young person's perspective, I think Hicksville is awesome, and I would love to see something really be done at that property that benefits the young talent that's out there. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a means by which to listen to speakers at the Hicksville Community Center, and we're going to go here first. Thank you. So our next speaker will be Dev Ratnam.
My name is Dev, D-E-V, last name Ratnam, R-A-T-N-A-M. I live in Millneck Village, but I have property pretty close to the present project at 76 North Broadway. For all the single-family homeowners who are objecting to this project, I want to say that people such as us with business properties, in 1 acre property, I pay $330,000 taxes, helping single-family owners too. So I really propose, encourage the new projects. We need a lot more multifamily projects in Hicksville. I don't know whether the board and Supervisor Saladino, did you ever wonder from 1653, how come there are no apartment buildings near Hicksville train station, which is the busiest train station in whole of Long Island? We have none. So we need more projects such as this. That's why I'm trying to say it, because I'm part of it. And it needs a lot more encouragement to help the millennials, people from the city to live in Hicksville, make it an urban center, not just be suburban. It doesn't have to be only suburban. It needs to urbanize and make it more vibrant. Cities, small towns like Wyandanch, Westbury, they all have more apartment buildings than Hicksville ever had. Did you ever wonder it? Why did it happen from 1653 till now? No apartment buildings in Hicksville train station, with all the expressways, parkways, all around. So I want more progress in Hicksville for the betterment of the people. It'll also increase the tax base, so the single-family homeowners will pay a little less taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you guys hear us at Town Hall?
Our next speaker is Art Gibson.
Gipson. I'm a business agent for Plumbers Local Union 200. And good evening to the town board as well. It's good to see everybody. We've been locked down for too long, and it's good to be here, even if it's late, Joe. I'm here to speak in favor of the Seritage project. I think that this is going to turn into a lot of jobs. The construction industry as essentials, we kept this economy going with the jobs that we performed out there on a day-to-day basis, all of our trades. We keep the economy moving. These could turn into good, solid union jobs for my members and many other men and women, local jobs for local people for the next 3 years. Sewer treatment, wastewater treatment, that could be addressed if that's an issue. As far as the 20,000 plantings, I love that. Irrigation is the work of the plumber. We're more than happy to take care of their bushes and their trees. So I stand here before you today in support of this project, and I thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you. Sir, we have a few other people.
A point to make, for those people who can't communicate with the community center, it's just a short drive. You can walk.
We're getting that up and running, we're getting that resolved, and as I stated earlier, if for any reason the technology in place doesn't work, we're going to do it by cell phone, but they will be heard tonight. Thank you. Jack, you here? Come on up.
Good evening, Supervisor Saladino, members of the board. My name is Jack Mikett. I'm a business representative for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 25. Local 25 represents several thousand working families here on Long Island. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Heritage Village project. This project could not have come at a better time for the residents of the town of Oyster Bay. Not only will this project help increase the tax revenue for Oyster Bay on the heels of a worldwide pandemic, it will create hundreds of jobs, if not thousands. Seritage has taken the time to develop a smart plan that improves this blighted site so that it conforms more to its surrounding community. As you heard tonight, they have even taken suggestions from some of the longtime residents of Bay Avenue and are committed to accommodate their requests. This is an absolute need there is an absolute need for this mixed-use development to help retain its young urban professionals. On a personal note, my mother was a longtime resident of the town of Oyster Bay for about 45 years. When she retired 20 years ago or so, she looked to downsize to a maintenance-free situation. However, when she looked in the town of Oyster Bay, there were no mixed-use developments like Heritage Village or even senior housing available to her. She ended up on a waiting list for senior housing, but to no avail, she had to relocate. 10 years later, the town of Oyster Bay called her to let her know she finally made it to the top of the list, but it was too late. She had already relocated, made a life for herself, in another state, actually. If only there was a place like Heritage Village for her to move to at that time. This project is a necessity for the residents of the town of Oyster Bay. Once again, IBW Local 25 fully supports this project and looks forward to working with Seritage. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Ryan Ackerman.
Good evening, Super. Good evening, councilmen and women. My name is Ryan Ackerman. I'm with Locals 200 Plumbing Union. I want to thank our supervisor, Joseph Saldino, for many years of support for our town and a friend of labor. Being a lifelong Oyster Bay resident, it's always been a very family-friendly place to live. The town of Oyster Bay has a lot of historical value. It's great shops, great place to eat, and I'm speaking on the support of adding more historical value. There's a plan in process for redevelopment of a 26-acre construction of 425 residents, 294,000 square feet of commercial space, including grocery store, office space, food and beverage, cinema, fitness, and retail. This construction project will generate $376 million, which a total real estate value of $170 million. When complete and operating, development is projected to generate over 1,000 full-time jobs. This plan for redevelopment will be our future success for our town of Oyster Bay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In this room here in Town Hall North, please step forward.
Good evening, Supervisor, distinguished members of the board. Paul Leo, L-E-O. I am an Oyster Bay, town of Oyster Bay resident. I live in Farmingdale. I was born and raised in Hicksville, 28 years. I am also the president of Carpenters Local 290 here on Long Island. As many people have stated in the past this evening, this project is paramount for the town of Oyster Bay. As one gentleman said, this is a showpiece. It certainly is. They put a lot of work and determination to make it accommodating for the people that are in the surrounding community. The jobs would be phenomenal, and it certainly needs the growth. This seems to be the right kind of growth, having two millennial boys at home. I know this is something that will be right up their alley, to be able to have a rental community that they could actually hang out in, work in, And if they wanted to get into the city and get a little wild, they have that as well. As far as the Carpenters Union goes, we are in full support of Seritage, and we're looking forward to working with them. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm informed that we're now ready to hear from residents at the community center.
All right, we're gonna pause for 1 second for an audio test. We have 2 options of getting them, so we're gonna try to hear us at one.
Yes, we can.
All right, beautiful. You guys hear us?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Charles Skowski, S-A-E, S-C-A-I, 48 Elwood Avenue, Hicksville. I guess I agree that something has to be on the site because it is what it is, and Sears is gone, unfortunately, but we stuck with that. It's hard to, I think, argue with the tax numbers that I believe Ms. Kim put up. I guess what I want to say is I think we, the board and council to hold everybody who had those numbers accountable. Maybe an impact statement to hold them to the accuracy of the report, because like they said, the higher by them is supposed to be impartial. Hopefully they are, and I suspect that they are. Like I said, it's hard to argue with those tax revenues that come out of that. I think the plan was in depth. I didn't read the 3,700-page document, but I know that it seems like it has plenty of detail in there. I also would like to say that I think we didn't hear enough about the impact upon the physical nature, like water, sewage, water, as well as the schools. I think the numbers that I also presented seem highly unlikely. 40 students for 200 and X number of apartments, that seems odd to me, but I think it needs to be laid out over a longer period of time as it affects 12 years of the school. I think the biggest thing about the plan that I'm sort of questionable about is it doesn't look like suburban. I lived in Plainview and Hicksville my whole life for 57 years. I know that's not as old as some, but it is significant. And, you know, why not just houses? I get maybe there's more tax revenue or more revenue for the company that is developing it there, but it just doesn't look like suburban to me, and that is the biggest impact. I think other towns that have a main street with mixed use, places like Bayshore, Huntington, Pontchartrain was mentioned, I think they're different. Maybe Pontchartrain is more like this. But, you know, the center of it as the main thoroughfare with retail and restaurants, and then the houses and the community built around it. I'd like to see something more like that. I'm just trying to speak tonight. Hopefully you hold them true to their word and the facts that they presented. Thank you for setting this up. I think it's important, and it's part of good feedback that you get. The last thing I think is the apartments. There wasn't a lot of time spent on the types of apartments. We've been finding multi-family use housing for a while. I remember that as a parent-child program. I remember the difficulties of getting that done. But I've had one since 1991 when I moved into my house. And what are those apartments going to cost? Because that's going to affect who's there. I appreciate the younger person who just walked through the community center. I think that's important to see. It's a view maybe that I didn't have because of where I am in my life. I think that it's important to see because the future of Hicksville and West Bay is what is important. It just doesn't seem like my view and some of the view feel like it is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for participating. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we have one more speaker.
Good
So I just wanted everyone to know I'm here on my own free will, haven't been paid by anyone. Lived in Hicksville for about 16 years. I actually worked for Sears as a contractor, home services for about 20 years. And, you know, it saddens me every time I pass by that property. Property needs to have purpose in the land. And I honestly believe that Seritage is definitely the solution. We have to evolve forward. Many Hicksville residents, including myself, support this project in every way, shape, and form. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you please repeat and spell your name?
Yes, George Kitras, K-I-R-A-S.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Have a good evening.
You too, sir. Is there anyone there at the Hicksville Community Center who would like to speak? Anyone left? Obviously, you can see all the chairs are distanced out appropriately for social distancing, and we appreciate all of the cooperation of everyone there and everyone at the athletic center and the ice rink. Okay, no more speakers there. Are there any speakers left at the athletic center? No, I'm being informed that's... Is there anyone there at the athletic center that would still like to speak? No one has identified themselves. Is there anyone left here at Town Hall who would still like to speak? Counselor?
Thank you, Supervisor.
I'm sorry. It's my understanding that there's no one left at the ice rink, and I just want to give anyone at the ice rink an opportunity to speak if that indeed is the case, but it was my understanding was the one person wished to speak. We heard from him, and there's no one else there. Okay, that's the case. Please continue.
Thank you, Supervisor. There were various topics discussed in public comment. I have a variety of experts here that can respond to some of those comments. If you would like me to do that on the record tonight, we'd be happy to do that.
Would you like to take care of that yourself?
Yes. So, a few comments I just want to address before I call up the experts. The question about sewer.
I actually asked, would you like to take care of the comments at this late hour? Would you take care of those responses yourself?
I will address a few of them, and then we can have the experts respond in more detail in the written submission if that would work better.
The hour is late, and
Okay.
I am thinking of the residents and the people who would like to hear a summary at this time before their time. Excuse me.
Yes.
Sir, I'm informed by counsel that our best option is for you to sum this up in as brief certainly appreciate it. It's the hours late. There are residents, many residents watching from home, and I know that it would be appreciated if you summed up in a brief fashion.
Thank you, Supervisor. I will do just that. So some of the comments that we received tonight, we will respond, of course, to all of those in the FEIS with detailed responses. Just want to note on the sewer capacity issue was raised a few times. There is a letter from the Nassau County Department of Public Works that they have the capacity to accommodate the sewage that's projected from this development. We'll also, we did study North Broadway and Bethpage Road, and we will highlight that in the response because that intersection was looked at. And also we'll reiterate in the response that we are not seeking a pilot on the entire development. We are entitled to that even though there's a portion that's retail. It's because we're under a certain threshold, we could apply for the whole development, but we're not doing that, and we'll further detail that commitment in the written response and, again, re-highlight those positive economic impacts that will be produced even with the pilot. Other than that, I just want to thank the board and everybody else for their time tonight and setting this up, and we thank you. And again, we hope you look favorably upon our application.
Thank you for your brevity. Thank you for your application. At this time, I would like to remind all of the residents and all of those who spoke this evening that your comments are on the permanent record. The stenographer has been documenting all of your comments, and please be assured that they will be considered and addressed. It's also important to remind everyone watching here, watching from home, at any of our locations, that we will be keeping the record open for 60 days. Which is November 17th. You can comment further whether you spoke tonight or not. You can comment by sending your comments to public comment, that's one word, public comment, at oysterbay-ny.gov. You can also visit us at oysterbbaytown.com/Seritage/ You can contact us by phone or by letter, and all of that information is available on how to contact us at oysterbbaytown.com, and in this way you can continue to be a part of the permanent record. And once again, it is very important that I assure everyone that all of your comments will be made part of the permanent record, and we can continue to assure you that your comments will be considered and addressed. I'd like to thank everyone, and I also ask our town clerk, Rich LaMarca, for other information at this time.
The attorneys for the applicant have filed their affidavit of service and disclosures. The communications are as follows. We have memos from the Department of Planning and Development. The Nassau County land and tax map indicates that the property is Section 12, Block B, Lot 185. According to the Town of Oyster Bay zoning maps, the property is located within the GB General Business Zone. There are no open code compliance cases, however, there are variances and town board resolutions on file. We have affidavits of posting and publication. There is correspondence on file from residents which have been distributed to the town board, and the content of which shall form part of the permanent record of this hearing. There is no further correspondence.
Thank you, Rich LaMarca. While there's no further correspondence, we have provided an opportunity for anyone, resident or not, to add their comments via public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. I'd like to personally thank and thank on behalf of our board, our town clerk, and our receiver, our Town of Oyster Bay team who put this together. This is a milestone evening, the first time that we've done a hearing in 4 different locations: Town Hall North, Hicksville Community Center, Hicksville Athletic Center, and the Ice Skating Center. And we would like to thank the applicant, but most of all, we'd like to thank all of the participants, be they residents or not, for coming here, for participating in a professional manner, I want to thank everyone for their respect of each other and for doing this in a way that continues to show that Oyster Bay leads Long Island as a municipality where people respect one another, care for one another, and conduct themselves appropriately and professionally. So thank you to each and every one of you. And at this time, Councilwoman, may I have a motion?
Supervisor, I'll make a motion that this public hearing be closed. The record remain open for 60 days, which I'm told is November 16th. I believe you had said the 17th, but it's November 16th.
May I have a second? Second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Once again, thank you for your participation. Thank you to the staff for putting together this milestone hearing. And once again, thank you for everyone's being here today. Please get home safely.